We're going to get started in 2 minutes. So if you make your way to a seat, that we have plenty of seats throughout the room. Before the administrative panel.
Sure. Thank you so much.
I'm assuming I'm sorry if I'm assuming pronouns then?
Thank you.
Pronouns then?
Thank you very much.
Right, good afternoon and welcome to our legislative forum. I'm Senator Christopher Cabaldon. I'm the brand new state senator for Sonoma State University and much of the rest of this part of the county, and it's my honor to be here and to welcome the rest of our panel as well, representing the delegation of the county of Sonoma, but also areas around here, of members of the legislature who are deeply committed to the future of Sonoma State. I believe I'm the only member of the state senate that is a tenured faculty member at CSU myself. I grew up at Cal State Dominguez Hills because my mother was a freeway flying tenured track faculty member at both Northridge and Dominguez Hills at the same time in economics, and I joined the faculty of Sacramento State University several years ago. I'm deeply committed to the university, to the opportunity. There's almost nothing that California does compared to its higher education system that has a more profound impact on social mobility, on social equity, and our sense of community and belonging, and our economic development and power as a state. So we're here today to conduct some fact-finding, investigate, and most of all to hear from the campus community and others who believe in Sonoma State about its future, and to hear directly from each of you to address concerns, issues, ideas, and alternatives to the $24 million deficit plan that's been released by the campus, ultimately to hold the CSU and all of us accountable for an action plan for the university to grow and to thrive. We're here for a lot of reasons. We've known for many, many decades about a national trend, demographic trend of declining enrollment. It's not unique to Sonoma in so many ways, and that has been occurring all over the country and all over California. It's pretty predictable. Sonoma State, as you know, was created in the wake of the baby boom as the children of the GIs and their families demanded higher education. And California signaled to the entire world that it was going to be the place for economic and educational opportunity, for research, for learning, and for economic mobility, with the opening of 7 campuses, all within 24 months of one another, because enrollment growth was so powerful. Enrollment's always been the driver of California or higher education. And yet we knew 18 years ago that we would be in the situation we are today because we knew how many babies were being born and would likely be traditional college age by 2025. So we knew that. But demography isn't destiny all by itself. And we know that many, many institutions, both in the country and here in California, and indeed in CSU, are growing. Even in the context of these demographic trends. And so one of the questions that we'll be investigating today is, why is that? What could have been done differently, but also more importantly, what is the next steps in order to overcome that trend? We're also here because of fundamental challenges in state support for public higher education and state finances. And in here, I'd like to be the cold water that I've been feeling for the last 6 weeks since both I was sworn in and then shortly after that a new occupant in the White House, which is that we are facing overlapping crises and a cascade of financial challenges to California and to higher education. Many of you know of the letter on Friday, the quote-unquote Dear Colleague Valentine's Day letter from the Department of Education, which threatens to pull back funds for education for anyone that refuses to diminish their commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion. Many of you are aware that we are facing the prospect of an $800 million cut to California higher education simply from changes to federal research funding and the withdrawal of support for cancer research, and both at the University of California, but significantly also at the California State University, as well as many other challenges to Medi-Cal, to every other part of the state budget. And so as we're barreling forward towards the beginning of the fiscal year for the budget for the California State University, and importantly for Sonoma State University, we're here in the context of many, many threats, both to the state but also to the campus community, to students, to faculty and staff who are also grappling with the challenges of access to health care, immigration status and raids, and so many other harms that are being conducted. So our intent today is to investigate and then to listen. And so we will be doing that by hearing from panels representing the administration here at the campus and statewide through the Chancellor's office, but also from members of the campus community, some of which we've invited, and others in the region to talk to us about workforce and economic development and partnership opportunities, but then very importantly to hear from you. And that is our main intention today. So we will be conducting a public forum as part of this. If you don't see your name on the agenda, that doesn't mean that you are not going to be heard. You will. And so I want to say thank you to my colleagues who've taken the time to be here today. We are all deeply committed to this campus, as you will hear, and to the California State University as a whole. I'd like to turn it over next to my colleague. He and I together are the representatives in the Capitol directly for this campus, although everyone on this panel has a deep connection to it. So turn it over to Assemblymember Damon Connolly.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator Cabaldon. It's wonderful to be here today with all of you. As was mentioned, I'm Damon Connolly. I'm the State Assembly member for District 12, which covers southern Sonoma County and Marin County. But most importantly, for what we're doing today, I have the privilege of representing this campus. I represent all of you. We know this jewel is at the center of life of Rohnert Park. It's a heartbeat of Sonoma County, and it's so important to this region. So let me just say right up front, and this is to the students, to faculty, to staff, and to the public. We and the entire California State Legislature stand as a partner with you. So as Christopher mentioned, we too are looking for answers and solutions for SSU. We are going to be continuing to ask tough questions of the administration here, of the Chancellor, of the entire California State University system, which itself is facing a number of challenges. Since the announcement, my colleagues and I have been meeting with faculty and hearing from students who have sent us hundreds of emails with your own personal stories. And I was again reminded of that right before this by a parent who literally has a child deciding whether to go to SSU right now with an acceptance letter in hand. We need to get busy. We have read these messages and taken them to heart. The community deserves transparency and accountability. That has been in short supply so far. So I hope that this legislative forum is a catalyst in an effort to do several things. Financially stabilize SSU, create accountability and momentum around a positive turnaround plan, set a clear vision for the future, and most importantly, receive an ironclad commitment from the CSU Chancellor that Sonoma State University will not close and will continue to be part of the North Bay community. So to jump ahead for a minute, we will be asking for that ironclad commitment again today from both CSU and SSU leadership. So let's be clear, and then I'll turn it over to our esteemed colleague, Senate Pro Tem Mike McGuire. The Chancellor's office, as well as administrators at Sonoma State, must acknowledge their failure and mishandling of the university's budget and its budget cut rollout. And vow to be forthcoming to restore trust. This is an opportunity to involve the public and the legislature as partners in a real way in creating a plan of action for the university. It is not enough for a plan to be shared with us months from now with no input from students, faculty, staff, or public. So I encourage you all here today to continue to make your voice heard. Let's keep the dialogue going, and please know that my and all of our doors will always be open. So thank you. I look forward to a great discussion today.
Well, next, we'd like to turn to Senator McGuire. We are incredibly fortunate at this campus and in this community to have not just such an outstanding aggressive, passionate senator as Senator McGuire, but that his colleagues in the Senate have chosen him to lead all of us in Sacramento. He's been a steadfast champion for this campus, for CSU as a whole, and for higher education. He will say his commitment to this campus in particular is second to none. And so I'm very, very, very grateful for you to be here, Senator McGuire. I know you wouldn't have it any other way, but please share with us some opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon. I want to first take a moment to say thank you to our co-chairs, to Mr. Cabaldon, Mr. Connolly. Thank you so much for all the work. To the Majority Leader of the California State Assembly, Ms. Aguirre-Curry, thank you so much for your incredible work. To Assemblymember Rogers, grateful to work with you each and every day. And of course, to our esteemed Member of Congress, Mike Thompson, who has represented this campus for literally decades. Thank you, Congressman. And I just want to say how grateful we are that you would come out on a Friday afternoon to be able to attend this critical hearing. And I also know this is personal to so many, and I'm going to try to get through without getting emotional like many of you. There are so many dedicated faculty and staff who've dedicated their lives to this institution. They dedicated their lives. They dedicated their lives to be able to make the lives of thousands of students better. They could be out in the world making money, working at Tesla. Oh, dear God. But in all sincerity, they're here to be able to advance a brighter future. And the students who proudly call SSU their college home, we just can't imagine what your lives have been like over the past several weeks. The cuts are shocking. Understand it feels like back has been turned on each and every one of you, and rightfully so. There's a lot of anger within the campus community and throughout our region. I think that what you're going to hear from all of us today is Sonoma State is more than a college. It's our community gathering grounds. It's a cornerstone of culture in our region for community and economic development. It's a place where lives are changed through education, new opportunities are opened up, and if you're like me, it's where you first met your wife. And I feel very grateful to that as well. I don't know what she was thinking, but it's all good. I feel incredibly grateful. Too many bright futures depend on Sonoma State's success. And candidly, it's up to all of us in this room to ensure the best chapters of this story is here to come. But to ensure that, we need a long-term, transparent plan that rights this ship, transforms this much-beloved university into a place that meets the moment of California's unique challenges and workforce, and it needs to be able to meet that for generations to come. And again, I'm just so incredibly grateful to all of the elected leaders, the entire North Bay delegation who is here today. I also want to say thank you to the staff and faculty we're going to hear from, Madam President, the Associate Student President. Of course, we also will hear from the Chancellor's office and the President as well today. You know, SSU is an incredible university. And I think we really need to tell our story. Sonoma State graduates students faster than all but 2 in the CSU university system. All but 2. Number 3 in the system. Aspiring college students discover that SSU is an amazing home away from home and a once-in-a-lifetime investment in the future. And why that is so important is that 80% of all CSU grads stay within 50 miles of the campus they graduate in. It's about keeping the best and brightest here in the North Bay area. And candidly, I never thought that I would be able to graduate college. I started at Santa Rosa Junior College reading at an 8th grade level. I was taking pre-algebra. But it is because of the amazing faculty, the counselors, both at the JC as well as SSU, that it put me on a path today. And I will tell you, Sonoma State changed my life. And look, Sonoma State is where my grandma attended when it first opened. And it is where I want to send our 3.5-year-old. But what we need to do is we need to rally to ensure its success. And we need to be clear. The current proposals on the table doesn't work. And it's hard to call them proposals. Our students, our campus, our community, they deserve better. Are there going to have to be some tough decisions ahead? Yes. But the CSU system has to be willing and able to put forward the comeback plan. And I know I'm not alone. And it's why we are here today. And I want to end it with some numbers. The state of California has invested historic amounts in the CSU and UC system over the last 3 years. In fact, the highest that we've seen in generations. 5% every year for 5 years. We're 3 years in. And I want to talk about what that means for the CSU system. In 22-23, it was $211 million. In 23-24, it was $227.3 million. In 24-25, it was $240.2 million. But there was a deal at hand. The CSU and the UC system had to bring 3 things to the table. Number 1, increase enrollment, increase California student enrollment, and speed up graduation rates. It is simply unacceptable, and candidly here at Sonoma State, when there are 3 presidents in 3 years, that will ever be achievable. So look, SSU's comeback, it's our priority. And as I have coordinated with the senator and to the assembly members, the budget runs through 3 offices in the Capitol. Runs through the governor's office, the speaker's office, and the office that I proudly represent as the president and the Senate. And I want to be clear today. We are not going to approve the CSU budget until we see a comeback plan for this university, and each of these individuals are going to hold it accountable. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator McGuire. Next, we're going to turn to the Majority Leader of the California State Assembly. I think this district is between the President of the Senate and the Majority Leader of the Assembly. I can't think of another CSU campus that has more influence in Sacramento than this one. Cecilia Aguiar-Curry used to represent this area as well, including the campus, so she knows it well, and she's a strong champion as well. So I'd like to turn it over next to Assembly Majority Leader Cecilia Aguiar-Curry.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's hard to be here when we have all of you here wondering, do you have a job? What's going to happen with Sonoma State? Well, I'm going to tell you, we're not going to go away. And why I say that is because I was a product of CSU, San Jose State. And that's how I got my education. I thank every single day that I was lucky enough to have an education, but it was far away from home. But this campus means a lot to me because it's a feeder school for some of my community colleges. Many of you don't know that I have Lake County and I have 2 community colleges up there. Where are those students going to go? When I do speeches up there and I encourage them to continue their education to go to Sonoma State, is that the best thing I can tell them right now? I think I can. We got to figure this out, but I really am concerned about some of my communities that can't travel that far, and this is an important spot. I had conversations with Santa Rosa. I said, now what are you going to do? And they're just shaking their head. This is where we prepare our students to go to Sonoma State. So I'm here today to lift you up, hopefully. We all can lift you up. I'm here because I also chair the California Legislative Women's Caucus. And when our Women's Caucus heard that there was not going to be women's studies, there was a lot of upset people. Let us not forget what women do and what we bring to our communities, what we bring to the economy. And so we're pretty darn upset about that going away, and I hope we can figure a way to bring it back. As we all know, women are leaders and not followers. So I'm here today to listen. And I have to leave a little bit earlier than I expected, but I just want to tell you, I'm here, we're going to be here, we're going to listen to you. We hope we have an outcome or a plan. And I am so excited that we have our 2 gentlemen here, Senator Cabaldon and Assemblymember Connolly, that I know will do a really good job to make sure that your message gets back to the state capitol. So thank you very much for including me today.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Next, if we can ask Assemblymember Chris Rogers, who has the unique distinction on the panel. I think you're the only one whose program on the campus is itself proposed for elimination, with some unique insights. Represents, well, you can tell us your whole district. Mr. Rogers.
No, thank you so much. I'll be really brief because I do want to get to the questions. I'm here today for 2 reasons. One, I represent the 2nd Assembly District, which runs from Highway 12 in Santa Rosa to Oregon. And I get to talk about the impact that any cuts at SSU is going to have on the broader community. But more importantly, I'm here today because I'm pissed. I am a very proud SSU alum, thank you. As Mr. Cabaldon said, I come from a program that is slated for being cut. I don't know what the impact of that has, not just on our local community, but broadly, and we'll get into that. I'm here because, from my perspective, this has not only been a terrible rollout of these proposed cuts, but also misses the conversation entirely. The budget that we are talking about, the shortfall for SSU, is 0.03% of the CSU system's reserve investments. We know that not every cut saves money. We know, especially when you factor in the importance and the economic development aspect of this community to Sonoma County, it might not save money. We know that even if the legislature gives additional dollars, that over the last 15 years, CSU's investment in in-campus learning has dropped from 48% of the money that they get to now a third. We want to know where the rest of that money goes. We notice and we see the instability from the Chancellor's office, that while this conversation is happening in Sonoma County, it won't stay in Sonoma County. You have 6 to 7 CSUs that are going to face the same thing. And the entire legislature is watching how the Chancellor's office is handling Sonoma State, and they are asking what is coming to their districts next. They have seen a campus that has rallied around itself, while they have a Chancellor's office who doesn't care what we think. On Tuesday, I had a chance to ask some questions for the Chancellor in budget. And one of the things that was very apparent is that they have a plan that they are working on. We'll ask them about it today. They have not articulated how you all will be involved in that plan. They have suspended the search for a permanent president. And while the interim president is great, she doesn't know this community. She doesn't know this campus. And so the other thing, as my colleagues articulated, that we want to get out of this meeting is the plan, it's the commitment, it's the focus on our community. What I want to get out of this as well is, when are we going to get a permanent president who comes from this community, who knows this community, and can stabilize this community?
All right, thank you, Mr. Rogers, and last but certainly not least, our representative in Congress who held my Senate seat many times before me. Also, he's held all of our seats at some point or another. Please welcome to Congressman Mike Thompson.
Thank you. Senator Cabaldon, thank you. Thanks for inviting me to join this panel of esteemed leaders who, as you could hear from their opening comments, care greatly about this issue. I've represented Sonoma State both in the California State Senate and in the Congress of the United States. Now, I'm not a tenured professor, as my friend Senator Cabaldon, but I was a lecturer in the CSU system. At San Francisco State and at the campus most commonly referred to as the Harvard of the CSU, Chico State. And I'm a graduate of the CSU, both undergraduate and graduate degrees. And I'm here today because I support Sonoma State University, its students, its faculty, its staff, and the greater community. It's important to education. It's important to our region, and it's important to our economy. I'm also here because I'm mystified as to how this crisis all came about. As I said, I've represented this campus forever, and for the time that I have, I've always been consulted on what's going on. I've been visited by presidents and the administration, as have all of the community leaders in the Sonoma County area. I found out about this literally in the 11th hour. The evening before the cuts were announced, I was on a Zoom with the interim president, someone who I'd never met before, to tell me that this was a huge problem. So the seeming lack of awareness, and most certainly with no planning nor consultation with community leaders in any sector of the community, what's happened is you've managed to disrupt the lives of staff, of faculty, and of students, and of the greater community. And I just want to put in a pitch here for the student athletes. It seems to me that they get It seems to me that they get a double hit. You know, if you're a student athlete and you're trying to go on to higher education, you're looking at different schools, and there's more often than not different opportunities. Well, as soon as you walk in the door at Sonoma State, the other doors close. So all of a sudden you're out of your scholarship. If you're out of your program, you go back to those other doors, and there's no guarantee that they're going to open back up. So they get hit twice, and I think that's wrong. So I just want to point out, and I hope my math is correct, but my rough math suggests that the federal government is worth about $37.7 million to Sonoma State. And I just want to be on record saying that I'm not interested in helping getting a single penny to this campus if we can't figure out a path to recovery. We need to know what that path is. We need to know how our faculty, our staff, and our students and our community will be able to enjoy, take advantage of, and grow from the incredible work that is done right here on this campus. What's the plan for recovery? I haven't heard anything. The only thing close to that I heard of that was a quote in the paper where I guess the Chancellor's office, or maybe it was the President's office here, said we have no plan B. Well, you got to have a plan B. This university is too important to not have a plan B. This has got to be figured out. So as the panelists come up, I'm interested in hearing, how do we recover? How do we move forward? What degree programs are you going to grow? What growth opportunities are there in the existing degree programs? What partnerships are out there? We've got a vibrant medical technology community in Sonoma County, a defense community, an ag community, and a high-tech community. Are we working on partnerships? Are we working on partnerships with our junior colleges? Cecilia mentioned the schools, the community colleges in Lake County. I represent that area too. Are we providing help for them? Are we recruiting from them? Santa Rosa Junior College. This should be the place where those students want to come. And Cecilia, thanks for mentioning your women's caucus role. I remember it wasn't too long ago in an overflow capacity, just like today in this very room, Nancy Pelosi and I held a seminar titled "When Women Succeed, America Succeeds." And you're spot on. Sonoma State has a fantastic nursing program. And I know that firsthand because my wife is a graduate. She's a family nurse practitioner, her degree from this university. And when she went back to Washington, D.C. with me, she stayed there for a while. She was immediately hired by Sibley Hospital, and she taught nursing at Georgetown University because this campus's program was recognized across the country as being outstanding. I want to know what plans are being made to consolidate some of the different administrative tasks between different campuses, especially the numbers that we're seeing now with other campuses having problems. Why aren't we consolidating some of these administrative tasks? And last but not least, where's the Chancellor's office play in this? You know, the Chancellor's office is funded at an amount that's equal to a campus. And I'm not suggesting that they don't need the money and they're not worthy and they're not doing good work. But what's their role in this? Are they playing in these cuts as well? Or are there some ways that we can figure out how they can coordinate their activities in conjunction with the different campuses? I'd like to know these, I'd like to hear answers to these questions, and I'd like to know, how do we recover from this? How do we go forward? How do we continue to be one of the best institutions of higher education in this country? Thank you. I yield back.
All right. All right, thank you so much to Congressman Thompson and to all of our legislative delegation. We're going to hear first from our local government partner in just a moment. Then we're going to have a panel with Sonoma State and Chancellor's Office administrators. Then we'll hear from some invited guests from the campus community about the impacts and the alternatives. Then we'll hear from a panel about workforce and economic development and community college partnerships. Then public comment, and then some closing remarks. I think it's clear from listening to all of us where we're coming from, and that we are here and we have the back of the campus. And I say that because I want to also emphasize, particularly as we get to a couple of these panels, that we maintain the respect and the decorum, the respect that every member of the campus community has always deserved throughout this process. We intend to show that today. So we have tough questions. and we're going to demand tough accountability for all the panels. But I would ask that we're not here for a rally. We are here to investigate, to understand, and to listen, and then to take action and demand definitive action by the campus, and then to go into battle and fight on behalf of Sonoma State in the Capitol. So I'd like to first invite up Supervisor Chris Coursey, Sonoma County Supervisor Chris Coursey, who's going to make some comments about the connections between the campus and the community. And also note, as Supervisor Coursey's coming to the desk, I see the mayor of Roanoke Park, Gerard Giudice, is here. And the city of Roanoke Park and the campus have together adopted a far-reaching memorandum of understanding. I know Cotati has been in the mix as well. There is the community is showing up, and the community and its partners know the value, the potential about how Sonoma State can thrive and how Sonoma State can make an even greater impact in the communities that it serves. While I have it, let me also know that Mark Stapp, the mayor of Santa Rosa and a proud member of the Sonoma State family, is also here with us, as well as Santa Rosa Councilmember Caroline Banuelos, Sebastopol Mayor Jill McLewis, sorry, and the president of the Santa Rosa Junior College Board of Trustees, who we'll hear from later, Ezra Chaban, and also the longest-serving, now retired member of the Roanoke Park City Council, Jake McKenzie, as well. All right, Supervisor Coursey, welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Is this on?
It is.
It is on. My name's Chris Coursey. I'm a member of the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors representing District 3. Welcome to District 3. I am a believer in Sonoma State University, and I'm glad to be here today. Thank you for the invitation to speak briefly. On February 4th, the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors sent a letter to CSU Chancellor Garcia expressing our deep concern and strong opposition to the proposed budget cuts, staff layoffs, and program reductions at Sonoma State University. We did so because these actions will have far-reaching consequences, not just for the university, not just for its students, but also for the broader Sonoma County community, our local economy, and the ability of businesses and public institutions, including county government, to recruit and retain a skilled workforce. We're also concerned about the apparent lack of a long-term plan. We've all talked about the plan. Where's the plan, man? The apparent lack of a long-term plan to sustain SSU as a community asset into the future. These cuts seem destined to exacerbate enrollment's downward spiral, with no indication of how that will be halted and eventually reversed. So we ask, what is SSU's path forward? And how will the community be included in determining that direction? At this point, I'm here to urge you, CSU, you, the legislature, and the administration of this campus to pause the plan of the cuts and the layoffs and the program reductions. I'm here to ask you to tap into CSU's reserves. I'm here to ask you to work with your community to reimagine the future of SSU. Over the past few weeks, my office has worked with the staff of our Economic Development Collaborative to identify the economic impacts of this university on Sonoma County. Those impacts reach far beyond the campus, past the city limits of Roanoke Park and Cotati, and deeply into the broader community. There are a lot of numbers involved in that. I'm not going to go through them here. I'll make sure that all of you have the results of that research. Beyond the fiscal impacts, we worry about current and future students. We're told that the cuts of certain academic programs do not affect large numbers of students. But ask the individual student whose major is canceled whether that's a big deal. Ask a prospective student looking for a well-rounded education if these cuts affect their decision on where to attend college. We're alarmed at the scope of this budget proposal. Cuts that result in fewer course offerings, reduced faculty support, and declining enrollment will not only diminish the quality of education, but will also weaken the local talent pool. The loss of cultural and athletic offerings on campus reduces quality of life throughout the community and makes SSU a less likely choice for local high school students who are looking for a full and diverse college experience. Collectively, these impacts threaten economic growth and stability in our region. They appear to portend continued diminishment of SSU enrollment. That loss will ripple through the entire community. So again, I need to ask, what is the plan to prevent that from happening? Our community has an important stake in the answer to that question, and we believe SSU needs to do a better job to include all stakeholders in the process to find those answers. We request a seat at the table for a transparent, comprehensive discussion toward a plan that will reverse the trend of loss that we've witnessed over the last several years. I want to thank our state legislators, our congressmen, the folks in the audience here, the faculty, the staff, students, and all the supporters who are working to find solutions to this fiscal emergency. Let's give them the time, let's give them the resources, and they will lead SSU to a brighter future. Your Board of Supervisors stands ready to collaborate with you to advocate for additional resources and explore innovative funding solutions to ensure that SSU remains a robust engine of opportunity for our county and our region. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Corsi. You can see we also have a completely packed room here today, and I also want to welcome the 442 people who are joining us on the live stream as well. So next we're going to turn to our panel from the California State University, both the campus and the Chancellor's office. And just to emphasize, we've invited them to join us to explain to answer the questions that you've already heard, and to be part of this dialogue with you and with us. I would ask that we refrain from the booing and hissing. We will hear from everybody in your words, and that we maintain some respect and decorum during the presentation. So I'd like to invite up Dr. Emily Cottrell, the interim president here at Sonoma State University, Nathan Evans, who preceded her and is the CSU Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, and Steve Relier, the CSU Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer. I think we're going to start with, we'll move. What's that?
Rearranging the names.
Yeah, we may have to rearrange a few names, but you're okay. We know who each of you are. Thank you for being with us. And to the extent we can, because we are limited on time, and I know you are as well, you've heard some of the issues and the questions that have been raised, and we have, although the briefings occurred in the 11th hour, as Congressman Thompson mentioned, I think everyone in the room is aware of the plan and the history of it, and so would hope that you've heard the issues and the questions that have been already put on the table, and we, in your remarks, if you can begin to address those as well. So are we going to begin with President Cottrell?
Sure.
All right, thank you for being with us.
Let me get a sip of water first.
Understood.
As you know, I am Emily Cottrell, and I'm the interim president here at Sonoma State University. As I sit before you today, I want to take a moment to express truly my heartfelt gratitude to our legislature and the broader community for being here. Your presence today signifies not only a commitment to our wonderful university, but also to what we all share. We all share this, and that is a recognition of just how important higher education is in our region and beyond. Indeed, we are facing a challenging time here at Sonoma State, one that has led many to think the unimaginable. The prospect of our beloved institution, and even though I've been here only 6 months, I love Sonoma State too, our beloved institution coming to an end. However, I want to be clear and unequivocal. Sonoma State is here to stay. As Chancellor Garcia affirmed during January's Board of Trustees meeting, we are not going anywhere. Our university has faced many challenges through the decades, and it remains a resilient entity, deeply rooted in the fabric of the North Bay and the state of California. The engagement and support from our legislators and congressmen, as well as the collaboration and advocacy from so many community and civic leaders, provides us with a renewed sense of confidence about the future of Sonoma State. It reassures us that we are not alone in this journey. Our university is and will be a critical asset, not just to the North Bay region, but to the entire state of California. We are committed to continuing our mission of providing high-quality education, social mobility, and social justice, providing the next generation of leaders while serving our diverse communities and remaining among CSU leaders in graduating our students in a timely manner. And here I'm going to stop and give kudos to our faculty and staff who over the years have maintained us as right at the top in graduating students in 4 years if they come here as freshmen and 2 years if they come here as transfers. And that is a remarkable achievement given that all that this campus has been through over the last years. For context, I believe it's important to briefly, and I promise briefly, discuss how the university budget got to where it is today and why such major decisions were necessary. Enrollment decline over the past decade is the major contributor to our budget situation. As you are aware, SSU has lost 38% of its enrollment since 2015. In order to address declining enrollment, SSU took a 12% reduction in its base budget in 2020. In 2021, SSU offered an early exit program to its employees. In 2022, when a chancellor's office directive required SSU to have a balanced budget by 24-25, university divisions again took major reductions to address a budget shortfall. A voluntary separation plan for employees was offered in 2023. Altogether, between 2020 and 2024, Sonoma State reduced its budget by $26.3 million. Thus, you can imagine, I'm sure, how difficult it was for our campus when I announced on October 24th in this very room, standing on that very stage, to a large group of, who were in person and online, that we faced another large deficit, over $21 million, and that everything would be on the table, including possible layoffs, as our employee unions were informed at the same time. I explained that our projected deficit for 25-26 was substantial due to still low enrollment, a carried over deficit from past years, the expected 8% state cut to CSU's budget, and a lower enrollment allocation from the system itself to match our lower enrollment. To achieve the expected balanced budget, hard decisions had to be made. Again, everything was on the table, and that is what was said on October 24th. As the President's Cabinet met to determine where reductions would have to be made, we established a set of values. At the top of that list were students, a reminder to us of our mission and the necessity of minimizing, though we couldn't avoid it entirely, we needed to minimize the direct impact to as few students as possible. After examining many different scenarios, we guided our commitment to students first. We found what was necessary to close our structural deficit while minimizing impact to students. What was necessary was a shift in our vision. Through the academic master planning process that had been going on for several years and through an operational review of the entire university, we have made extremely difficult, indeed heartbreaking, for everyone, heartbreaking decisions that are expected to put an end to annual deficits. One part of this shift in vision is expansion of our engagement with the communities we serve. As a steward of place, SSU will fully engage and partner with its community and respond to its economic, social, and cultural needs. More specifically, as a steward of place, Sonoma State will intentionally address the needs of its 3 core service counties, Marin, Napa, and Sonoma. Also, as part of the focus on place, Sonoma State University will better align its academic program mix with the needs of the North Bay, while continuing our commitment to the liberal arts and sciences, the core of what we are. We will, through collaboration with regional businesses and many community partners, build pathways to provide engaged problem solvers and thought partners for the regional workforce. Over the next 3 to 5 years, the campus, the entire campus, will explore, prepare, and work in accord with campus shared governance toward developing 3 major areas for growth. The first, healthcare. We have been meeting with local healthcare leaders to identify the critical needs of the North Bay's healthcare system as we seek to become the bedrock of the healthcare industry in Sonoma County. We will continue to provide trained, caring professionals for urban and rural areas in Northern California, where we see forecasted growth of 1.2% per year to 2032 and over 125,000 new jobs. For bachelor's degree recipients in health sciences, health services, public health, clinical lab science, medical technology, and healthcare administration. Second, data science. This is an area of critical importance to business, education, the arts, and many segments of society. We plan to capitalize on forecasted growth of 2.2% per year to 2032 and over 10,000 new jobs for bachelor's degree recipients in artificial intelligence, data science and analytics, computer engineering, data visualization, information sciences, and gaming and interactive media design. Third, business and hospitality. Building on SSU's strengths and connections to the wine and tourism industries, we aim to expand existing programs, increase access to our trademark programs in wine business, and build out new areas of emphasis in fields with forecasted growth of about 1% per year to 2032 and 27,000 more jobs for bachelor's degree recipients. As we continue our ongoing conversation with our campus and with employers, schools, businesses, healthcare providers, and nonprofits, these program priorities may change somewhat because first and foremost, our goal is to serve this region. Our intent is to become the first choice for regional employers that want workers prepared as critical thinkers and with specific skills that meet employers' needs. Now, you've asked about recruitment and enrollment.
President Couture, I don't mean to be rude, don't want to cut you off, but we also do need to move quickly so we can get to the Chancellor's office folks as well.
All right.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Well, and they'd like for me to stop too, but I think you need to hear what I have to say.
I'm not asking you to stop, but that we should rapidly come to a conclusion.
Turning around enrollment has been a major priority. A strategic enrollment division was created in 2023 with the Stop the Drop strategy that resulted in a 1% enrollment loss for this academic year. Doesn't sound great, but it's a whole lot better than the 5 to 10% in the previous years. And new campaigns implemented this spring increased new students by nearly 30% and increased term over term enrollment for the first time in several years, a trend that we expect to continue thanks to additional robust recruitment and marketing plans. This January, the CSU Chancellor's Office awarded SSU a one-time grant of $2.5 million to enhance the university's marketing initiatives. Centralized market planning and decision-making will streamline content and communications. SSU will continue to build upon partnerships with K-12 institutions and community colleges by providing guaranteed admission agreements, teacher preparation residencies, dual enrollment opportunities, and further pathway programs. Please note, we are currently partnered with 8 school districts and community colleges and districts, and I had a wonderful meeting with them thanks to our wonderful mayor of Rohnert Park last Tuesday morning with lots of input about where we need to go next. Campus life. A common question we receive is about student life, and I'm about to finish. Okay. A key element in recruiting and retaining students and in developing their skills outside the classroom. I'm proud to say that Sonoma State has robust social, environmental, and athletics opportunities for all students. Our campus is home to 2 art galleries, music department performances, green center performances, concert, and countless student club activities. There are numerous special events during the year. The recreation center is always busy. It holds fitness classes and is home to pool tables, a climbing wall, workout equipment, and anything you could ask for. This is an environmental bonanza for people who want to be out and about. And although we are well aware it is not NCAA Division II athletics, we have more than a dozen, indeed 19, very active club sports competing across the state, as well as intramurals offering all students a chance to participate in athletic pursuits. In conclusion, no other institution or employer north of the Golden Gate can attract as many new young residents annually as Sonoma State. By focusing on the development of pathway programs from high school to employment, SSU will be a leader in developing the region as our students become the next generation of leaders, employees, problem solvers, homeowners, and active community participants. We're prepared to work alongside our legislators, campus community, business and nonprofit leaders, and civic partners to turn the vision I briefly outlined here into a plan that will serve as a bridge to the future. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, President Cottrell. I was pleased to hear you talk about the direct admission as well as the dual enrollment options. This week, I introduced legislation as a member of the Senate Education Committee that would take the direct admission program, the guaranteed admission program that's currently a pilot with Riverside County alone, and take it statewide so that everyone in California can be directly admitted to Sonoma State and to the other campuses that are in similar situations. And separate legislation to increase the reimbursement rate for dual enrollment for high schools that participate in dual enrollment programs with all of higher education, but including Sonoma State. So as we work through the plan, we're also on the job in terms of trying to provide greater pathways for dealing with the enrollment and opening up what has been described as one of California's great higher education jewels to the students. Research by California Compete showed right after the pandemic, 1 out of every 5 Californians said they intended to go to higher education within the next 5 years. There are 4 million adults in California that have completed some amount of college, but never earned a degree or certificate or transferred. And so when we, as I did at the beginning of the hearing, talk about declining enrollment of 18 to 24-year-olds, there is a vast number of Californians that need and deserve access to higher education, and specifically to the California State University, that are not reached. they are not reached by our traditional marketing and our traditional recruitment, or the policies that don't allow them to bring their credits with them, that require them to pay fees and all sorts of other things that make it difficult to re-enter a system that might have failed them in the first place. So we have to, as a state and as California State University, be committed to meeting Californians, whatever their age, where they are, in order to maximize their own economic opportunity, knowing that we have so much opportunity available here at Sonoma State. Okay, next we're going to turn to Steve Relier, the Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer for the California State University. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. My name is Steve Relier. I'm the Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer for the California State University system. And perhaps what I can do is start by, since this came up earlier and the President mentioned this, start by what Chancellor Garcia said at our last Board of Trustees meeting, and it is consistent with what the President said, and that is simply that Sonoma State is not closing and is not going to close, period. We will continue to position Sonoma State for now and in the future in the best possible way to serve its students in this community, in this region. While we're here today to talk about Sonoma State, what I think I can do is provide some context in the larger CSU system picture. Now, as you know, Sonoma is one of a small number of CSU campuses that face significant enrollment and budgetary challenges that necessitate making some very hard, difficult decisions that have real consequences for people. That being said, I also want to share some context about the difficult budget environment that is currently affecting not just Sonoma State, but also the other institutions that are part of the CSU system. While the CSU system has made great strides in student success over the past several years, another reality is that the CSU has faced increasing mandatory costs and the deferral of the state's compact funding. And while the system has experienced a recovery of enrollment statewide following the downturn of the pandemic, that recovery has been very uneven across the universities, primarily affected by regional population shifts, as you know. Meanwhile, fixed costs, compensation, and benefits for our faculty and staff have grown significantly and strained the budgets at all of our universities. State support and tuition revenue have not kept up with those costs. And while a modest multi-year tuition increase was approved by the Board of Trustees, that growth does not provide us with the full amount of the revenues that are needed. And adding to an already challenging situation, based upon last year's State Budget Act and the Governor's January budget proposal, the CSU is bracing for a $375 million budget cut in this coming year's state budget. So to put that amount in perspective, that $375 million cut that's proposed for CSU is the equivalent of the entire Sonoma State University budget and the entire Cal State San Marcos budget combined. Now, based on the state budget plans, each university was directed to plan to reduce their budgets based on their share of the operating budget, of that cut. Those reductions range from $6 million at Sonoma State, which is the smallest cut of all the CSU campuses, to over $30 million at San Diego State. Now, if enacted, those reductions are going to be very, very painful. Since last year, 17 of our 23 universities that are part of the Cal State system have reduced their workforces. More than 1,200 positions eliminated over this past year. Over 1,400 course sections were eliminated this past year, making it more difficult for our students to enroll in the courses that they need to graduate. 136 degree programs were suspended or discontinued last year alone across the CSU system, and additional degree programs are slated to be eliminated this year. And at the same time, the CSU system has introduced a multitude of efficiency measures at the system level. So one of those most important ones is what we term the CSU's Multi-University Collaboration Initiative, which was launching over this past couple of years a whole series of shared services across a wide variety of functional areas. And those include things like human resources, procurement, accounting, information systems, et cetera. Facility operations, research administration, just a whole series of areas where we can become much more efficient and have campuses join together to do things in a much more streamlined and cost-effective way. The CSU recognizes the state's financial challenges, and we're doing our part. We have to do our part. We're operating as lean as we possibly can while continuing to advance our educational mission. But doing that part means real impact at our universities. For many of our universities, including Sonoma State, those state and system realities are compounded by a sustained decline in the student enrollment over the last decade, as President Cottrell just outlined. Fewer students also translates to a lot less revenue, not just in terms of tuition revenue, but in campus services, such as housing, dining, bookstores, et cetera. All of that affects our surrounding community as well.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, I just want to note, you have consumed all of Nathan's time as well, and so I would like to encourage you to wrap up so we can hear from him as well.
And I apologize for that, and I am going to just wrap up my comments right there. And thank you again for the opportunity to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Deputy Vice Chancellor Evans. Thank you. And keeping in mind the time given the schedule for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you. Turn it on. Turn it on.
Okay. There you go.
That one's on now. Thank you, Senator Cabaldon, and thank you all, Congressmen, Assembly members, and Senators, for this opportunity to speak. I will be brief. My name is Nathan Evans. I serve as Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Chief Academic Officer. As was noted, I also served as Acting President here at Sonoma State prior to Interim President Coutreau's arrival. I share that because it really affords me a unique perspective of both this jewel of an institution in the CSU system and the broader CSU university context. I want to double down or reiterate what's been said, and we're quoting Chancellor Garcia. Sonoma State is not closing. It will remain a part of the CSU system. And as you've heard, the enrollment challenges and demographic shifts in traditional age students that many universities have encountered, including all across the CSU, are ones that have impacted some institutions more than others, just based on regional differences. Those same demographic changes are impacting our local school districts, even here in Santa Rosa, as we've seen in recent weeks, and having to make challenging decisions about their future. But I want to speak very briefly to some of the ways we have worked in partnership with Sonoma State as part of the CSU system to support enrollment development and growth. The system has covered a recruitment contract providing over 10,000 prospective student names in the last year for them to then work directly make outreach and recruit to showcase what Sonoma State can offer to those prospective students. We've also provided one-time resources for student scholarships, provided one-time funding to provide external reviews of business processes, and as President Coutreau referenced, supported a new enrollment marketing campaign that is focused not just on traditional students, but a broad array of future learners. So I share all this because it also complements the commitments the state has made through SB 108, those funds to support development of healthcare programs and nursing here regionally, I think also articulate the commitment the CSU believes in Sonoma State in serving this region, and we want to elevate that. Many of the objectives that you all expressed are all very much aligned with the CSU. So I want to conclude that you hear a commitment from all of us and all of those that are a part of us in working in partnership and looking forward to the bright future that Sonoma State has. And again, appreciate this opportunity for this public engagement.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Evans, and thanks for your brevity. We're going to go next to questions and comments from the panel, and I'll just lead off with two to get us started. And this first one is for you, Executive Vice Chancellor Relier, and maybe it's not even a question, but we are partly here for a reason that hasn't been noted at all, which is you referenced the state compacts. And the state compacts that's kind of a misnomer, right? Because they are compacts between the governor and the university with absolutely no legal force whatsoever, under which the governor says in years when the state has healthy revenues, we're not going to fund you that much right now, but don't worry, next year, and then the year after, and then the year after. And then inevitably, next year or the year after, the state budget is worse than it was before. And the compact isn't kept. And I'm asking you about this, or maybe just highlighting it, because there have been compacts with governors since the 90s, and the movie has been exactly the same every single time. And this last year, when the governor said, please keep spending, CSU, as though you had money. Pull it out of your reserves. I promise next year we'll give you twice as much. A burger on Thursday, a burger today, I'll pay you on Thursday. At what point does the Chancellor's office and the Board of Trustees no longer engage in that sort of illusory budgeting, with the consequences that we're seeing today, both in terms of the more profound cuts than we would have otherwise experienced, and the drawdown of reserves that maybe shouldn't have happened, given that the compacts don't have any legal meaning, because as Senator McGuire said at the outset, the budget is passed by the legislature, not the governor. And so this, to me, this is one of the institutional tragedies here, is that repeating loop of the same error over and over and over again, but this time with the consequences even more severe than ever. Can we expect that CSU will take a different tack with respect to those sorts of on paper only funding commitments and not spend money that it doesn't have?
Yeah, Senator, thank you very much for that question. And it's a very good question, because we do have this situation where we have to balance the guidance and instructions from the state and what we feel the reality is going to be in the future. And as you just outlined very well, is those things are not always the same. And in our view, we have been taking a very measured approach in our spending plans, not anticipating that that the compact will be funded in future years, and not anticipating that even though there may be an indication that money will be coming in the future, we haven't spent that money. We're being, I think, very prudent in trying to do what we think is reality. So I appreciate you highlighting that, because that's a real important consideration.
All right. Well, I've only been in office for 60 or 70 days, but I do also want to acknowledge my colleagues on the panel. Mr. Rogers also new, but others who this last year and in the decades prior have consistently stepped up to try to meet compacts that they didn't participate in. And last year, Senator McGuire and Majority Leader Igar Curry and Mr. Connolly fighting to restore the cuts that the governor had proposed. These are avoidable situations for management. So my second question, I'll turn over to my co-chair, for President Kuchera. The process that you described, I'm just, as a former faculty member, trying to understand how this actually is supposed to work, that we lay out the intention to do a new plan over 3 years. We tell the whole world that Sonoma State is in crisis. And as has been said by several colleagues, students and counselors and parents and others say that's not, I can't afford to take that risk to go, and we make cuts, and you've described years and years and years of cuts in each year following. There have been additional declines of enrollment. How will it work that over a 3-year period of building these partnerships and engaging in consultation and engaging with community and all of that, and then we begin to perhaps implement in year 2 or 3, what happens in the intervening years to this campus? I get. I represented my department in the academic senate. I get that that authentic engagement in a campus community is what's required. But I'm also trying to understand, just in terms of the budget and the messages that we're sending to the community and to potential students, how we're not ending up in a spiral from which we cannot escape.
It's because we're putting the university now, and I think this goes to your statement earlier about the compact, we're now putting the university on a firm financial base. In other words, we have We're moving forward where our revenues more closely match our expenses. Our expenses were way above our revenues, and that had to come into balance. Otherwise, we would have a spiral down, down, down. It is another piece of it, it is very painful that we are cutting the programs we're cutting. Actually, some of the programs we're cutting are the kind of programs I've been associated with as a faculty member. So it is very painful. But we still have 48 degree programs. 48, and there are 48 largest, highest demand programs. You couple that with a renewed emphasis on marketing and on real recruiting. And we believe that we will not only reach stasis, but that we will turn it around within a couple of years, and we will be going back up. I'm not sure I answered your question, because you were asking about the 2 to 3 years or 3 to 5 years in the programs. Some of the programs they're in the hopper right now. Where's the money coming from them? Some of the money is coming from you all. You did a great job of passing. I wasn't here at the time, but it was SB 108. SB 108. We've got, thank you, $2.5 million to expand our health programs, and that's fabulous. We are receiving donor funding for some of the other programs that I mentioned, and that's how we can begin to do it a bit at a time until the pendulum swings positively. So I hope that answers your question.
All right. Thank you, Assemblymember Connolly.
Thank you, and thank you for coming. I want to talk about the Marina Crossing apartment complex in Petaluma.
Okay.
So this was purchased by Sonoma State in 2018 for a cost of $42 million, ostensibly to provide faculty housing near campus. As we sit here today, most of the tenants in this housing project aren't Sonoma State employees, with only 17 of the 90 units being occupied by staff. With an outstanding debt of $27 million, why is Sonoma State seemingly unable to pull out of this project or potentially sell the complex and use the money?
That's one of the first questions I asked. It's why we could not do it. It's because of the way it's funded, and we can't sell it for 5 years. The one bit of grace we have in all of that is that the 80% that lives, the 80% fill rate we have right now covers the cost, basically our mortgage payment on it. But the bond that financed it this is probably a question for you, Steve, why we can't do it. But
yeah, and I actually do have a follow-up for the Vice Chancellor. And this is according to financial statements we've seen. So this is financed by long-term bonds issued by CSU, as well as $5.5 million in reserve funds from SSU. And so there's a payment of roughly $1.9 million annually to support this project. Again, not really even going to faculty housing for good measure. So to you, sir, why isn't the money going into the Marina housing project being redirected towards operating expenses for the university? And then also, given that we are using reserves for that, the larger question you're also hearing is, can CSU and SSU pull from these same sources of money to cover the financial needs on campus?
Thank you, Assemblymember. Thank you for that question, Assemblymember. That particular project is that the revenue from it is, of course, the revenue that's used to pay for that debt service payment is coming from rents from the people that are living there. What happens with a number of housing acquisitions by universities throughout the country is in the initial stages, oftentimes they will sometimes fill the housing, sometimes won't fill the housing. And oftentimes the amount of faculty and staff, if that's the target audience for that project, will not be 100%. It'll be some smaller percent, and you'll then fill the rest of the building with other community members. And that's what's happened at Sonoma. And the idea is that if it is, if the occupancy rate is high enough and covering all of the debt service, then you can continue to operate it and have it as a good investment and expand faculty and staff as the university grows. And so that is the plan here. And one of the things that has been talked about by a number of you has been, the plan going forward. Going forward, the bet is that Sonoma State is going to become a very solid, robust university, and that a greater proportion of that project is going to be filled by faculty and staff. The good news, as the president said, is that unlike some other projects that universities sometimes acquire, this one is not at 30% occupancy or 50%. It's at 80%, which is comparable to what's going on in that area, and it is covering its debt service. So there are those kind of bond covenants that restrict what you do with the property, but right now it actually is paying for itself.
Sure. Something. I just want to be clear. The 5.5 million was not the CSU reserves. It was Sonoma State.
That's
reserves.
what I said.
Okay.
So.
And I know. Okay, well, I didn't know that you said it, but I wanted to be sure that you knew it. And the university purchased it in 2019. From the perspective, I think, of someone in 2019, it might have made sense because of the fires in the area, the people who lost housing, the difficulty in finding housing. It may not have worked out as those who were part of it expected. I think there was good intent there. Whether or not it was the wisest decision, we don't know. We're not there. But we're there. We have it. We can't do anything with it for 5 years except keep it as full as possible. And maybe if 80% pays its debt service, if we get it to 90, 95%, even 100%, we'll have some revenue for the university off of it. Is it the best situation? No. If we could have foresight back in 2019, might we have done it? Maybe not, but it's done.
President,
and would I like to have that 5.5 million back? Yes.
Well, we're going to continue to talk about that because my sense is that project is a main part of the structural deficit that the campus. So let's keep talking. On October 24th, 2024, you held a town hall at SSU stating that painful news was coming and that all things were on the table. Cuts were made to SSU administrative staff through consolidation, layoffs, yet your salary and the salary of the chancellor have not gotten cuts.
Yeah, let me, if you don't mind, Mr. Connolly, just please, so we want to make sure we have the time to hear from everyone, and so we want to maintain a set of decorum around the conversation. We're here to learn and to listen, and we've invited the administration in absolute good faith for these questions. So this, and so if we can refrain from the demonstrative part of the thing, it will allow us to then to get quickly to the public comment and hear directly from each of you.
Given the unique circumstances at Sonoma State, can there be an exception here for executive salaries?
It has been discussed. I'm using the passive voice there. It has been discussed. Whatever we do sets precedent for other institutions. And so right now, we have not been given the go-ahead to take cuts to executive salaries at Sonoma State. Although I will say that everyone on the President's cabinet volunteered to take cuts, significant cuts in their salaries.
Just two quick follow-up questions for you and then one to the Vice Chancellor. At a budget hearing earlier this week, you mentioned that a plan could be forthcoming in 6 months or presented in 6 months. I would, from the Chancellor, so maybe this is to the Vice Chancellor, I would say humbly that is inadequate because of the time frame people need to look at now in making decisions around their future. So is there a clear timeline with what can be expected in the next 30, 60, and 90 days?
Absolutely. I would say that probably the Chancellor was trying to give me a little bit of grace by giving that longer timeline, but we can certainly do it and need to do it much more quickly. We have the outline of a plan. I would have been talking even longer if I'd given you the whole plan.
Okay, we're gonna look for more details on that.
Great.
Talking about enrollment, and that's gonna come up throughout the conversations. From what we're told, at least, this SSU campus during the 1990s, it was the other time that student enrollment was below 6,000 students. But back then, we had the same number of programs and more faculty. So this is being framed as an enrollment crisis, but doesn't seem to more accurately be a situation that's much broader than that, because you essentially had the same number of students or decreasing enrollment plus programs and faculty.
I see totally what you're getting at. I'm not sure that the information is correct about the number of programs. I've looked at information which shows that there were a good bit fewer programs even when the campus was 9,000 students, and we need to get that corrected. But I'd also say that, oh Lord, if we could go back to 1990s costs, the costs that we now have for all kinds of things to meet legislative mandates where we don't have unfunded mandates, the cost of insurance, the cost of utilities is proportionally higher than it was in 1990s. So it is more expensive to run a university now. Unfortunately, we're spending a lot of money on things we just as soon not spend money on.
Final question for now to the Vice Chancellor, and this is according to CSU records. From 2018 to 2023, CSU spending on instruction relative to total operating costs decreased by 11.5%. While spending on campus police by 13.3% increased, management personnel salaries increased by nearly 20%, the balance of cash on investments by 69%, and planned capital spending for new facilities by 81%. All increased. So can you explain CSU's spending priorities?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. At the top of our spending priorities are the things that, consistent with what President Cottrell had said earlier, is our students, and to ensure that our students have an excellent education, have an ability to get to their degree in a reasonable amount of time, and to get a good job after they go with that. As part of that, part of it goes, obviously the big part goes directly to instruction. The largest part of our budget goes to academic programs and instruction. As the President also said, unfortunately there have been pretty severe cost increases in a lot of areas that are not directly instruction, but support instruction. President Cottrell mentioned some of those, like utilities. I mean, our energy costs have gone through the roof. Healthcare benefits, just as an idea, a few years ago, we got used to healthcare benefits maybe going up $9, $10, $11 million in a year, thinking that was a lot of money. This past year, they went up close to $70 million. That pretty much comes right off the top of any revenue that the state might give us. If the state doesn't give us the revenue, it's just another budget cut. So there have been a lot of these types of fixed costs. You mentioned construction of facilities. That has probably been the biggest increase in cost of almost anything. And for those of you who may be in the construction business, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's been pretty outrageous and has made it very, very difficult. And we need all of these. You know, our deferred maintenance issues are pretty severe. We need safe classrooms for our students. We need safe laboratories for faculty. We need support facilities for the campus community. And all these things are costing more. And the revenue is just not keeping up with it. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Majority Leader Aguirre-Curry.
I have no questions.
Okay.
On.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers?
Thank you so much. So the first thing I want to say, listening to the statements, I heard some attempt to make it seem like the Chancellor's office and that the SSU administration has listened to folks, and I just want to start off by dispelling that notion.
All right.
Even
try to maintain. We want to keep the temperature level so we can get to the bottom of all this.
Even this morning, one of my staff members participated in a CSU strategic plan town hall that we were invited to, where she was told that they were not allowed to ask questions about specific campuses, that any questions that they had somebody would get back to them. That's not community engagement. That's checking a box saying that you asked the public, but you didn't actually care what they said to you. And I just want to reiterate again that you cannot develop a successful plan for SSU without involving the community that relies on it. And so what I hear from you is you have the outline of a plan. We're talking 30 days, 60 days. I want to see you make that outline available today and start taking in input from folks, because that's the only way that I trust that you're going to actually have any opportunity for people to help shape this. If you'd like to respond, please feel free.
I think you've said exactly what I would say, and that is that we have the outline of a plan that we need to share with people so that we can fill in the details. We have a series of meetings. I've had the first one last week, series of meetings lined up with community members so that we can begin to talk about it. You and I talked yesterday about the meeting that I had with mayors and with school superintendents, which we got some very clear information about what they needed. That is going to become part of our talking points. And just one meeting, I will say, just one meeting isn't enough. We've got to go back and back. And that's why it will take 90 days. If it were just me writing up a plan, or the provost writing up a plan, or even the cabinet, we could probably do it in 2 weeks. We can't do it in 2 weeks because we can't do it alone.
But you announced cuts alone. To the point that the congressman made earlier about the different departments, and all departments are important, I promise. I'm going to pick on 3 in particular. You have the geology department that is slated to be cut, and yet it has increased enrollment the last 3 years. You have MPA and women and gender studies that are slated to be cut, and yet if you look around Sonoma County, you see the importance of those programs with our nonprofits, with our government. The cuts that were determined didn't take into account the public, and some of the cuts, like athletics, you can't undo. Your plan 6 months from now can't undo when the coaches and the athletes move on. So that's my frustration, is that we're going to get this outline of a plan that's based on meetings that you have had behind closed doors with specific interested folks, and yet you have an entire campus here and an entire community here. I see community members that are business leaders. What's their ability to impact not just the final plan, but the outline of the plan?
You know, maybe I wrote too many papers in graduate school where I started with an outline and the outline changed as you got data, right? That's what I foresee happening here. There are a lot of people, maybe even every person in this room, who will be part of the discussions as we move forward. And I know you mentioned 3 programs and so forth. Not one of those programs is unimportant. They are all good, wonderful, outstanding programs. I listened to the geology folks the other day talk about all of the wonderful things that they do with their geology students. The fact is, we're too small, and it is too expensive to run a university to keep all of the programs we have. And yes, it was the cabinet that worked on scenarios and plans. The reason we did is because we were talking about personnel matters. And talking about personnel matters where we have collective bargaining agreements that tell us what we can and can't do. So it was, yes.
And just a comment, and then I'll move off of it. This isn't a paper that gets revised. It's people's lives, trying to figure out what their job is, what their degree is,
Yes,
where they're going to
of
be
course.
next year.
Of course. I absolutely agree with you.
And then you made a comment about the lack of enrollment being the driver, and I understand that from a budget perspective. But the Chancellor actually was at the Budget Committee hearing on Tuesday saying that enrollment for the CSU system as a whole is up. The UC Chancellor says enrollment in their system is up. SRJC and the whole community college system, their enrollment is up. So what we're actually talking about is a lack of investment in Sonoma State and northern CSUs. If you're having an equitable cut across the system, rather than investing in areas that need a little bit of extra attention to recruit people or to develop those programs, that doesn't help the whole system. It only helps the ones that are already doing well. And the senator can talk a little bit, the pro tem can talk a little bit about this. You see a success story in our district where the CSU system leaned in and invested in Cal Poly Humboldt, and now their enrollment is starting to turn around. So I think the question that everybody here has is, rather than making enormous cuts that are going to cripple the campus, why isn't the CSU system leaning in, and why didn't they start to lean in 10 years ago when they started to see the problem?
Okay.
Mr. Evans, I'm glad you get to talk.
Yeah, no, Assemblymember Rogers, I appreciate the question. Let me begin, and we are proud of the turnaround that Humboldt is embarked upon. But that came with a significant one-time investment from the state of California, over $400 million, as well as a $25 million annual appropriation that is helping that conversion and has allowed them to sort of reframe their educational experience. I shared a number of strategies that have been focused on our campuses that have seen sustained enrollment declines. I deeply appreciate Senator Cabaldon calling out our direct admissions pilot. We started in an area of the state that still has growing high school enrollment, and that the target universities that are a part of that are our most challenged universities, including Sonoma State, Humboldt, Chico, East Bay, San Francisco State. That's where direct admission was offered as part of the pilot. Similarly, we have been partnering with those campuses and a handful of others that have seen those sustained declines to provide them with direct enrollment consulting services and deliver, as President Cottrell talked about some of those academic programs, recommendations for new academic programs that are adjacent to ones that they have that will not require significant investments, expanding nursing and healthcare, for example, expanding in engineering and science that's adjacent to existing areas where there is both national, regional, and state demand. And so there has been that focus. I deeply appreciate as well the comments about expanding pipelines beyond the traditional right out of high school or via community college. Many of our universities, certainly after the pandemic, have looked to leverage online learning to market to those communities. But that is also, that takes time to build to that, and it changes the type of marketing, outreach, and engagement and support for students that are adult learners and others. So there has been that sustained work at the system level to support enrollment. It is making a difference. I will share, as President Cottrell did, that this year Sonoma State sort of minimized their fall-to-fall decline, but actually their year-over-year total enrollment, by again focusing, for example, summer enrollment strategically, will allow them to actually be steady state for the full college year. But that doesn't mitigate the significant budget deficit that's underpinning at the same time. And so that's what's brought us to sort of more significant structural changes, not just at this university. This may be the one that's the most public, but as EVC Roya and others described, these are realities that many of our campuses, regardless of their fiscal situation, are having to navigate in a increasing cost environment.
I get it. And as I said at the start, not every cut is a savings. As an example, we have Sonoma Clean Power in our community is about to do a $6 to $8 billion geothermal plant with no geology department at the closest feeder school. The cuts need to be made in partnership with the future of our community, not just looking at it through the narrow lens of the CSU system's budget. Just two quick more ones, and then I'll get off of it. You had a over $3 billion liquidity portfolio, and this is a question for you, Vice Chancellor, that was intended for operations. It's now down to $2.5 billion because of facility projects that have moved forward. So when we look at holding the Chancellor's office accountable, those funds that were intended for operations, and now we're hearing that there's operations issues and impacts, those funds went to facilities instead. And as I said at the outset, you have 0.03% of the total investment reserves for the CSU system is what we're talking about here for SSU shortfall. Again, just asking, how have you determined that a better investment is to leave those funds in a account that, yes, might have a rate of return, but does nothing for stabilizing the economic impacts in our local community? And how might we have that conversation about the Chancellor's office's responsibility in the mismanagement that has led to SSU's problems today?
Assemblymember, thank you for that question.
Steve, before Mr. Vice Chancellor, I just want to emphasize one more time before we have to change the format. We are committed to hearing from everyone. We can't get there if we treat this like Cabaldon Battle from Hamilton, which was my favorite play, but we can't. That's not what we're doing today. We're investigating, and we're an hour behind, and we want to make sure that we get the chance to hear from everyone. And so I'm going to encourage all of us as well to engage in a lightning round after this panel. In our future panels, but after this one, to engage in a lightning round, we're asking just a question or two, but also to ask all of our guests to help us keep it moving by limiting or eliminating the call and response, and let us proceed with the business. So, Mr. Rogers, sorry.
Yeah, I'll just, because I'll pass it to my colleague. Final question or final comment. Maybe if you're going to focus on data science in your plan, you shouldn't cut the IT department.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman Thompson.
I'll be real brief. Madam President, you named a couple of areas where you plan to expand growth: healthcare, data science, business, hospitality. I didn't hear any plan. You could have. Did you pick those areas out of your pocket on the way up to the dais, or do you have? Are there some meat on this proposal? Do you have something that you're actually going to do with these different community sectors?
Yes, Congressman Thompson.
Okay, we're short on time, so there's more to it than just a title.
Absolutely.
I would like to see it. You could submit that to me in writing if you would. You also said that you got a $2.5 million marketing grant. How are you using that?
We have a very concrete plan. These two gentlemen would probably know even better than I, because they read our grant proposal. It's spread out over a year and a half, starting with actually some time to develop a very clear marketing presence a clear set of
I'll go ahead and let
differentiators.
you submit that to me in writing too,
Okay.
rather than taking up time.
Okay.
But just an FYI,
to.
someone in the audience today suggested, and maybe it could be part of this marketing plan, to provide housing subsidies. Apparently there's a lot of vacant housing available on campus, some sort of housing scholarship. That might be something that works. And for the Vice Chancellor, you said that you're creating these economies of scale, coordinating different things in the department. And does any of the savings come down to the universities, the different campuses, or
100% of the savings.
so
come to
all
those
of them
universities. That's right.
do? Okay, and then your marketing campaign, recruitment, your 10,000 recruitment names that you talked about. Is there an outcome on that? What happened with it? You have 10,000 names, or
So that was, I'm happy to answer that,
Okay.
Congressman. That was part of a contract that we worked with, I believe, 4 campuses, including Sonoma State, where they were provided with that set. We're just at the moment now, because we're in the admission cycle of getting return on investment information, but that was the first sort of pilot of sort of.
So you hired a private sector company to provide these data for you?
Yeah, and that's a normal part of.
I'm not,
student
I'm not
yeah.
disputing, I'm just asking.
Yes.
So you hired a private sector company to provide these data, and you executed some sort of marketing program.
Communication plan.
I'd like to see the outcome of that. How many of those 10,000 signed up? And then the Vice Chancellor, I mentioned earlier, is there any possibility to save money by coordinating administration of the different campuses? There's 3 or 4 North Bay campuses that are having problems. Do we have to have a president for each one? Do we have to have?
Yeah, Congressman.
We do?
That is at the core of this multi-campus collaboration initiative that I talked very briefly about. But it's at the core of looking at the infrastructure. You know, while there's a lot of work being done on the academic programs, and it should be, because that's where most of the resources.
The personal.
Yeah, when I
infrastructure.
say, and in this case, exactly, when I say infrastructure, I really mean not just physical, but
the
personal.
human resources.
So whether it's IT functions or accounting or HR or
Okay.
financial aid or any of those functions that every university has don't necessarily have to be at every university. They can,
So when will we see some sort of proposal how you're going to coordinate both the brick and mortar infrastructure as well as the human resource infrastructure?
and it's being worked on right now, and it's for all 23 universities.
No, that wasn't what I asked. When will we see what it is?
I'd say you're going to see it in different stages. Probably the first stage might be in the next 6 to 12 months. But this is a long-term issue where
So you're going to find savings in these areas, but it's going to take 6 to 12 months. But when you needed savings, it didn't take 6 to 12 months to fire faculty and close departments and displace students.
Yeah, and when I say 6 to 12 months, I'm talking about the broader scheme. Now, we're doing different projects at individual campuses. So, for example, Monterey Bay is another small campus that's enrollment challenged, and we were able to have Long Beach State start doing the payroll completely for Monterey Bay this past November. That one we jumped the gun on because we saw an opportunity to go in there and save a lot of money for Monterey Bay, which needed it, by using a campus that had a more robust. And we're going to be doing that with Sonoma State, and we're doing that with a number of campuses.
And you're going to do it within the Chancellor's office also?
Yes, absolutely. And one of the key...
I think was I correct? I said earlier that the Chancellor's office is funded at about the same cost as a campus. So there ought to be savings that we can find there as well.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'd like to see all of the information that you said you would get me as soon as possible.
Will do.
Thank you. Yield back.
All right, thank you, Congressman. And next to our Senate President, Senator McGuire.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to make some comments, and obviously, Madam President, Mr. Vice Chancellor, Mr. Deputy Vice Chancellor, please respond. Look, I think on the issue on the budget, I just want to reiterate. So over the last 3 years, we've seen historic increases both within the CSU and the UC system, 5% a year. That was the agreement. Total of 25% over 5 years. We are now about to get into the discussions about the fourth year of 5. So again, when we take a look at the CSU system in 22-23, we saw a $211 million increase. 23-24, $227.3 million increase. In 24-25, $240.2 million increase. When there was a proposal by the administration to be able to look at reductions, it was the legislature that pushed back and rolled back the $225 million that was proposed last year. When we take a look at the 7.95%, the $375 million that's being proposed by the administration now, I just cannot imagine that the legislature wouldn't have significant challenges with that. But getting to the challenge at hand here at Sonoma State, to be able to dissect on how we got here. The 7.95% is still proposed. We got time to be able to work through the budget. That represents $6 million of the 24. The CSU system changed the way they fund campuses. Reallocation. So $3 million of the 24 is because dollars that used to come to under-enrolled or lower-enrolled universities now go to high-growth universities. So based off of that reallocation, that's approximately $3 million for the campus, and y'all can push back on me on that. The big challenge that we have is we've gone from 9,201 students in 2015 to 5,784. And there was a point a few years back where we didn't have one damn recruiter on campus. So then that gets me to the other issue. We have a crisis in leadership. I said three presidents in the last 3 years. We've had 4. So if we take a look, between 1977 and 2022, there are 3 presidents here at Sonoma State. Between 2022 and 2025, there have been 4. Stability brings success. And it's been the lack thereof that has been the norm here on campus. And Madam President, you've inherited that, I understand, but I think that speaks volumes to no one has been personally invested in this campus. The last thing I'll just say is on cuts first, meetings second. I think that the challenge with the approach is, rather than going out and seeking input from the community about what's needed, we did the cuts first, and then we go back out to the community. And that creates a real challenge of trust. I agree that there are some very specific campus issues regarding the budget at Sonoma State. But to be able to hide behind the numbers and saying that there's challenges with where the legislature and the governor have allocated, it's record numbers. If we take a look over the last generation and what we've done over the last 3 years and what fully intend to do over the next 2 years, it's going to represent well over $1 billion in ongoing additional revenue for the CSU system. So I want to just be clear, we have to focus on what is necessary for the turnaround plan here on campus. And to be able to do that, we can't wait 90 days. So I just want to get clarification. So it is going to be very difficult for the state to be able to invest, because I'm sure that's coming, when there is no plan in front of us. So I just want to be clear, Madam President, you're not saying 90 days until we see a plan. Can you just clarify on that, if you don't mind, on just what we're looking at? And then
you will see a plan in 30 to 60 days.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you so much. I just wanted to be able to clarify, because I think in one of the items I asked the Chancellor, Mr. Vice Chancellor, is where the system is at in regards to the reallocation. It's not what it's called, but I'm just speaking in layman's terms, the reallocation for funding. And I think that's something that's also being discussed within the system as well, because that is a $3 million hit to Sonoma State. Mr. Vice Chancellor, I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Yes, thank you, Senator, for that question. You're absolutely right, and we actually do call it a reallocation plan. You got it right.
Hot damn.
Yeah, and you know, and the idea is as you described, and that is that we have certain campuses who are overflowing with demand, who we don't have enough faculty and course sections to accommodate the students, and others who are very low on demand. And so what we're doing is over a period of years, not all at once, but in a kind of glide path, is slowly take those resources that were associated with students who are no longer there at that campus and giving them to the campuses who have more students than they have funding for. It's not a very, and the plan that was originally, and you mentioned this is being discussed in the Chancellor's office, you're right about that as well, that plan was originally to only remove, each year, only take 5% of that reallocation and move it. Recently, we made the decision to decrease that by 3%. So the number that you were talking about is actually a bit higher than what the impact on Sonoma is going to be, because we decided, because of all the other things that are going on with the budget, that we're going to make that glide path a little bit longer, and so have lowered that from 5% to 3%. So that's kind of how it works. But your facts are right on target.
Got it. So I think, Madam President, and I know that Mr. Chair and Mr. Chairs will focus on this at the end, but I think it's going to be important to be able to determine putting the meat onto the sandwich when it comes to that plan as we move forward. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. So thanks to our panel. Appreciate the engagement, and we obviously have lots of follow-ups, lots of questions, and we will get more as the day proceeds. We can't afford to not succeed at rescuing not just the campus, but the promise of the campus for its students, for its community, and for the region. And I know we're all committed to that, and we look forward to continue to both work with you and press to make sure that that happens. Thank you. I just want to give a quick time check update. So we are just about an hour behind, and I know I don't know how long we have the room for. I know it's not past midnight, and also that Congressman Thompson and Assemblymember Rogers are hosting a town hall this evening, and having participated in several of them this week, I know that they will also be packed with folks who are concerned about the future of the country and threats to our democracy and our values and our programs as well. And so that's also important. That's coming up this evening. So we're about an hour behind. We have 2 more panels prior to the public comment period, but we are committed to hearing the comment completely. That doesn't mean you have to. If you were planning to be here and you have a hard stop at 5 o'clock, we don't get to the full comment by that time, please do communicate in other ways with us. In addition to this hearing, our openness to our welcoming and engagement of your views, your concerns, your stories, your ideas does not stop today. There is a long email address, which I'm not going to try to read out loud, but it's posted on the walls as well. If you have to leave at 5 and you can't stay, then please share with us or share with one of our staff. There's several of them in the room, your feedback as well. But thank you to this panel. Now I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Mr. Connolly, for the convening of the next panel. Thank you.
So we're happy to invite up our next panel. These are folks who can really address the impact of what we're talking about from a personal level and a lot of the concerns that folks are feeling. So we're going to be joined by Vanessa Sanchez, SSU Associated Students President. And if folks want to start making their way up, Wendy St. John, SSU Department of Biology, Geography, Environment, and Planning. She's a lecturer there. Dustin Molo, SSU Information Technology Operations System Analyst. Merlin Hanauer, SSU Department of Economics Associate Professor. Terrence Haywood, SSU Men's Basketball. Amiria Saltzman, SSU Women's Soccer Head Coach. Welcome, everyone.
Cultural Studies. Before I start, I would like to say thank you for holding this space for me to be able to speak with you today. The day of the announcement, I had received a phone call 10 minutes before the notice was going to be sent to the entire campus. Once I had gotten to the campus, I had students asking me for clarity on the email and if I had any understanding of what was going on. Neither myself or my other 8 governing members could provide any clarity on the email or any other circumstances for which to follow. We had been given no prior information, and that hindered our ability to provide support or resources to the student body because we knew just as much as they did, and sometimes even less. To clearly state the position of the student body, the Associated Student Board of Directors approved a resolution on February 18th to formally oppose any sweeping decision made by the university without student consultation. This includes the administration's recent decision regarding the elimination of select programs and departments, non-renewal of faculty contracts, increased layoffs of staff and administrators, and the elimination of NCAA Division II athletics. The Associated Students Senate also demanded that the administration pass and uphold a university policy on the student consultation process. Over the last month, the other student leaders and myself of the Associated Students have seen the implication of the administration's decision on our student body. We have witnessed the loss of trust in our administration's investment in prioritizing student success. As the student leaders of this campus, we are also concerned about students wanting to leave the university because of this decision. Students who have lost their sports or academic programs are considering leaving the university, and the impact extends beyond those directly affected. It is also on those connected to them. Their state is a community. Thousands of students whose majors may not have been impacted are facing seeing loved ones, best friends, roommates, mentors, and advisors leave and go elsewhere. We have also heard student grievances regarding the loss of identity when we refer to ourselves as a liberal arts institution, when the majority of programs cut are directly tied to our liberal arts identity. The student leadership recognizes that the budget deficit had to be addressed. We are not upset with the need for a decision to be made, but by which the process was conducted. Students deserved to be consulted regarding a decision of this magnitude, especially one that would implode their lives. There are structures in place that make it possible for student consultation to be made through the Associated Students, but the administration failed to follow through with these structures. This had the potential to be addressed to the members of the Campus Budget Advisory Committee, where the budget deficit is frequently discussed. We also could have been addressed to help provide support and services to the students that had the potential to be impacted prior to the notice being released. Moving forward, we expect that if a decision of this magnitude is made, that students be made first priority, not second, not third, first priority, to be a part of these conversations and to be provided the opportunity to engage in dialogue. This is considering students are the ones who pay their own money to seek a quality education. Long gone are the stereotypical days where 18-year-old college students sit around, go to class, drink beer, make noise, drink beer again, and take tests and hopefully graduate after 4 years. Most of today's Sonoma State students work to help pay for their own education. They are often the first in their families to go to college. They balance work, school, supporting their families, internships, research, you can name it, they do it. All while paying increasing tuition fees for the cost of faculty, staff, and administrators. We are more than just the stereotypical student. We are working Californians contributing to the future of our state. The time for patting students on the head and telling them what they should think and should feel are decades behind us. The world is full of tough choices. We know this because we live it every single day. It is time for everyone, from administrators to faculty to even our elected leaders, to listen and engage with the students of the CSU. On March 11th, student leaders from all 23 CSU campuses will be in Sacramento as part of CSU Student Advocacy Day. We very much hope and look forward to talking directly to our state legislators about what is happening on our campuses and what is happening with our students. It is important that you all hear about students directly from the students' mouths. With that being said, there are an infinite number of ways to engage in effective and meaningful dialogue with the student body. I am asking that we recognize the damage that has been done to this university and acknowledge that students deserved to be a part of a decision that drastically altered the course of their education. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. St. John.
Thank you. My name is Wendy St. John, and I represent the California Faculty Association. First, I want to express my gratitude to all of you for being here with us today and listening to what we have to say. for caring about what happens to us. I've taught here for the past 10 years in biology and in geography, environment, and planning. I'm also an alumna of this university. I arrived here as the single parent of a special needs child, and the support I've received as part of this community has been literally life-changing. I completed my bachelor's degree in a department that gave me the opportunity to do research as an undergrad and develop relationships with faculty mentors, relationships that are still hugely important to me to this day. Because of the excellent experience I had here as an undergrad, I decided to do my master's degree here in our biology department as well. And this led me to pursue a career in education and to the position at Sonoma State that I have today. I moved to Sonoma County specifically to attend Sonoma State and will never regret that decision. When I'm asked why people should choose Sonoma State, I tell them that because we are small, it's possible for students to really get to know their professors one-on-one, to have educational experiences that lead directly to fulfilling careers, and to develop lasting relationships in ways that often aren't possible at larger institutions. Now, after dedicating a decade of my life to teaching at this university, my own career is threatened by the actions proposed by our administration. As you know, many tenure-track faculty have received layoff notices. Let's not forget, however, that more than half of the faculty on our campus are lecturers, like myself, contingent faculty whose primary focus is on teaching rather than on a combination of teaching and research. Publicly, our administration has said that the layoff affects 10% of the faculty. But in addition to the 46 tenure-track faculty being laid off, at least 55 lecturers will not have their recurring contracts renewed, even some who teach in departments that aren't facing direct cuts, as well as 27 athletics coaches. That is more than 25% of the faculty. I have already begun to see the effect of the proposed cuts on students who have told me that they intend to transfer out of Sonoma State because their major is going away, or because the athletic program that brought them here has been ripped out from under them, or because, even though they aren't impacted directly, they no longer trust this university with their education. Please understand that faculty are not the problem. Even the departments that are being dismantled have been making money up to this point, according to the consultants the administration hired to advise on possible cuts. Staff are not the problem. The staff who work closely with students have been asked, increasingly, to do more work without additional compensation, and yet they continue to make certain our students have what they need to be successful. And of course, students are absolutely not the problem. And yet, all of us are the ones who will pay the price for the administrative mismanagement that has gotten us where we are now. Mismanagement and public controversy involving our presidents, coupled with a series of events that was out of anyone's control, multiple years of severe wildfires, and, of course, a pandemic. We need to recognize that this is not happening in a vacuum. Right now, higher ed is under attack at the federal level, and this is not the time for California to lay down. It's time to circle the wagons and fight for the quality of education we deliver. And please know that Sonoma State is not going to be a one-time event. If the CSU is allowed to undermine this campus, other campuses will follow. Right now, even campuses that are doing fine with excellent enrollment are being given austerity messaging and told they need to tighten their belts. Why? From 2018 to 2023, as we've already heard in this meeting, CSU spending on instruction decreased by 11.5%, while spending on campus police, management personnel, cash investments, and capital spending all increased. We are now seeing the impact of these spending priorities. I don't think just throwing more money at the system is the solution. Yes, we need funding, but the current leadership of the CSU has demonstrated that it cannot be trusted to guide us in alignment with our primary mission, and accountability must be put into place. I suggest a mandate that further funding to the CSU be spent directly and solely on instruction and the costs of the personnel necessary to carry out that mission, teaching and learning. The truth is that there is money available, and we can make the choice to spend it on what really matters, the future of the people of California. And fighting for this campus is a great place to start. I appreciate all of you for gathering with us today, and I trust that you will join us in our fight for the future of Sonoma State. I think you've already very well demonstrated that that is what is in your hearts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Molo.
Good afternoon. My name is Dustin Molo. I started here at Sonoma State University in 2001, nearly 25 years ago. I performed various jobs in IT over the years, with my current job being a lead operating systems analyst, or OSA. For those who don't know what an OSA does, we maintain servers and data centers. My expertise is virtualization and centralized data storage systems. I keep the virtual servers, data centers, and storage systems up and running. These are the very platforms everyone else uses to build their systems on top of. It's not glamorous, but the campus can't function without it. Most people on campus don't know I exist until something goes wrong. Some examples of things our campus community rely on that run smoothly because I'm in the background doing my job are the campus electronic locks, the building heating and cooling systems, the campus websites, and any service someone logs into using their Sonoma State username and password. I also directly support faculty in the geography and biology departments. They both perform research and teach using large data sets, one focused around map data and the other around LiDAR data of forests. The LiDAR data is used for forest health research concerning wildfire mitigation. I remember the morning of January 22nd very well. I was at home sick that day, and suddenly there was a buzz in text messages telling me to check my email. When I saw a layoff notice in my inbox, I felt my world tilt. I'm 51, and I'm close to retirement, but not quite there yet. Getting laid off means I would need to re-enter a saturated tech job market. After the initial shock and emotions wore off, I reread the notice, and I am one of the fortunate employees to have retreat rights to a prior position. Sonoma County has always been my home. I was born and raised in Santa Rosa and have lived all but 1 year either in Santa Rosa or Forestville. I'm single and have no dependents, but I do have a family at Sonoma State. They're my work family. We support each other in both our personal and work lives, celebrating our highs and commiserating over our lows. I remember the excitement of training student assistants in IT, watching them flourish into cybersecurity experts or data center specialists. I still keep in touch with a few of them. One works as a security program manager, providing guidance to other companies on information security practices, and one works for a multinational company specializing in internet backbone connectivity and data center co-location facilities. One other has found a home as part of the Sonoma State IT family and handles data feed integrations for the various services that we manage for our campus community. SSU is a great local resource the community has access to. I remember visiting Sonoma State in junior high for one of their annual science nights and seeing the chemistry magic show, lasers, and a scanning electron microscope. That visit helped cement my passion for science and helped fuel my seemingly endless curiosity about the world. After high school, I attended the local community college, Santa Rosa Junior College. While there, I was a student employee in their IT department. That opportunity opened my eyes to the reality that I could actually make a career out of the sorts of things I love doing at home on my own. While I never finished my college education, I'm glad that I was able to find an opportunity to return to the education sector. While I enjoyed my time in the private sector, I quickly realized I would much rather work for an organization whose mission is to create an intelligent and educated population instead of turning out widgets. So what happens now? For management to lay off 16 staff positions, with 9 of them in IT, is incomprehensible to me. That is more than a third of the staff in IT, leaving one person to manage all of the server infrastructure and data center, one person in our networking department, and only 3 people in our workstation support group to help over 12,000 students and over 1,100 employees. And just as a quick side, in IT, we tend to think about the actual headcount versus FTE because we still have to provide services to those folks. Earlier this week, I heard our interim president say how she expects the campus to lean more on IT and technology for increased efficiencies and services. How is the campus going to lean more on IT when we're cutting a third of the IT staff? That's like asking a runner to sprint faster after they've lost one of their legs. How are we going to help the campus be more efficient and utilize new technology when we won't have the time to learn about them? When we ask these questions, the answer is there is no plan B. Or there is, but we're going to rely on external partners, including vendors, which cost the university money. Or there is, but we're going to rely on the IT departments of other campuses, leaving them less time to support their own students and employees. You can't build a stable house without a solid foundation. IT is that foundation. What happens when the foundation cracks? Where does that leave our students, our faculty, and our community? For a university built on learning and innovation, we need a plan B that supports and strengthens IT, not one that dismantles it. I'm grateful to see our state legislature step in and press university leadership for real answers. It's not just about numbers. It's about having a vision and staying true to the CSU mission of opening doors to Californians who may not have access to higher education. We, Sonoma State staff and faculty, are here to support student success. We need you to keep the CSU promise to your workforce and for the next generation of Seawolves. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hanauer.
Good afternoon. My name is Merlin Hanauer. I'm a professor in the Department of Economics. And I also am one of the faculty members that received a layoff notice on January 22nd. So I have some remarks that I've prepared in conjunction with my colleagues in the Department of Economics, and just a disclaimer, I don't at all presume to speak for all the faculty that have been affected or anybody else. And I just, you know, when I was asked to come here, it made me think as to why, and just a thought that may seem cynical. As Terrence would know, he's one of my students. One of the first things I talk about in economics is the idea that you shouldn't let sunk costs affect your prospective decision making, right? And sunk costs being non-recoupable investments that you've already made. All right, I have 14 years invested here at Sonoma State University. I'm, in fact, a full professor. And so that leaves me thinking, right, as I hear all these talks about plans for the future, right, we need a clear plan, et cetera, right, where does that leave us, right? And so what is our role in this conversation? Because based on my count, I've only heard a discussion, and I really appreciate all the support that I've heard from everybody up there. But I've really only heard one time this discussion of, well, how do we deal with these cuts that have already been, right, how do we sort of roll back the cuts that have already been proposed and the layoffs that have already been sent out. So with that, let me just read some of these prepared remarks. So as faculty members, in particular members whose contracts will not be renewed, at Sonoma State University, we stand in opposition to the planned layoffs proposed by the CSU's Chancellor's office. While we acknowledge the severity of the budget deficit, we have serious concerns about the process and the implications, and I'd broadly categorize these concerns into lack of good faith, leadership vacuum, and inadequate consultation. So I'll be parroting a lot of the things that have already been said today. And I'm going to leave the idea of lack of good faith for my last, because I think it's the most important as it pertains to faculty members. So with respect to the leadership vacuum, it's disingenuous for our interim president to say that it's nobody's fault that this has happened, all right, the situation that we find ourselves in. The situation clearly stems from a failure of leadership to address these issues proactively. As faculty, our primary responsibilities are teaching, research, student advising, and student advocacy. And right now, it feels like no one's been advocating for us. I won't include an anecdote to that. The administration has been reactive rather than proactive, failing to develop a long-term vision. I think that's been outlined here quite well. In terms of inadequate consultation, despite claims of numerous consultation opportunities, the reality falls short, and I think that can be said for the community, and everybody is a part of the SSU community as well. Budget forums merely represented a dire financial situation without it fostering meaningful discussions on potential solutions. In the October 2024 town hall, our president announced the $21 million budget. We keep hearing that everything was on the table, but nobody knew what was in fact on the table. And so that leads me to this idea of lack of good faith. And so the manner in which this process has been conducted reveals several critical issues, right? There's a transparency deficit. There's been a glaring lack of transparency throughout this process, including now, leaving faculty in the dark about the true extent of the cuts. And relating specifically to faculty, right? There's a disregard apparent for our welfare. The late announcement of these layoffs not only results in the job losses, which we're all feeling, but also severely hampers our ability to secure new academic positions. Anybody familiar knows that this is a one-year cycle. It effectively leaves us out of the academic job market for an entire year until fall of 2026, right? And if you told me that it wasn't known or who could possibly be affected by this, I would say you were being disingenuous, to put it politely, or I was being lied to. And if not, then there was some incompetence somewhere. There had to be scenario planning. There had to be some knowledge of whom might be affected by these cuts. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Haywood.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Terrence Haywood. I'm a student athlete here at Sonoma State. I'm a second year, and my major is finance. Strange to me that tomorrow will be the 1-month anniversary of the announcement that turned not only my world upside down, but all my panelists' world upside down, and so many people. On January 22nd at 10:30 a.m., I was in my biology class, the first class of the semester, when I got an email that was just sent by the university president. It stated that several programs would be eliminated, including my sport. Like many here, I felt blindsided by the news. I remember looking over at some of my teammates who were also in the class, all of us confused by what we just read. I would later learn that my coach, Rich Shaywich, who is also the president of the Alumni Association and has been a member of the Sonoma State community for 20+ years, learned the news from the very same email. And then the interim president only had the decency to meet with the athletic department coaches and staff for only 12 minutes. In addition to how these cuts were announced, I'm still trying to understand the timing of the decision. For those of us on the basketball team, it was in the middle of our season. We were still confused whether our season was going to continue or if it was cut as soon as that announcement was made. I know there were athletes in other sports who had just transferred to SSU this spring to play their sport, choosing our school over other offers, only to learn their sport was cut on their second day of the semester. Does that sound fair to you? I think it's important for you to know that the majority of student athletes are recruited to attend their college for education and their sport. I chose Sonoma State because of basketball. I'm a first-generation student whose college opportunities stem mostly from my athletic ability. Athletics has altered the course of my life for the better and has forever changed my future. I come from a low-income household and the only one in my immediate family that was able to attend a university. My story is one of many, but I think it's important for you to understand how intercollegiate athletics provides many students access to a college education. Not only with our legs being shut down, but all our community engagement projects will be too, such as basketball camps, visiting schools to teach and lead our community's youth, and Team Impact. Team Impact was able to match our basketball program with a 10-year-old kid who successfully beat cancer. His name is Vin. We did everything with him. We would visit his school and spend the day with him, have him sit in during practice, play games together, and much more. Our program has fostered this relationship for more than 2 years, and the thought of never being able to see him again because of this decision deeply saddens me. I think former SSU basketball student athlete and current NBA player Jalen Wells said it best: cutting intercollegiate athletics at Sonoma State is bigger than sports, and the decision makers aren't taking into account how much of an impact the SSU athletics actually has on this community. After I got the news, I was heartbroken to learn that not only me, but all of my teammates were forced to transfer and find a new home if we wanted to continue to play our sport. I thought Sonoma State was going to be my home for my entire career and college. I was lost and confused where my next step in life would be, and I still do not know to this day where that home will be. Finally, I want to thank all of you for being here, for allowing me to share my story. I also want to take this opportunity to thank Sonoma County and campus community for their support these past few weeks. I'm grateful for everyone who has advocated for SSU athletics at a time when the university administration and Chancellor's office has not. We have heard from so many students, faculty, alumni, NBA players about what discontinuing NCAA Division athletics will mean for the campus. So many people have to come together to oppose these cuts, and I just want to thank you for fighting for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Terrence. Coach Saltzman.
I want to start by thanking the committee for inviting me to be here today. My name is Emiria Salzman. I am a product and resident of Sonoma County. I am a CSU system graduate with a bachelor's degree from Sonoma State and a master's degree from Long Beach State. I have been both in SSU Cossack and Seawolf. Locally, I have coached and played at the club, high school, junior college, and semi-professional levels. I am in 3 Hall of Fames, including very proudly here at Sonoma State. In 1998, my youth soccer team had a book written about them entitled The Beautiful Game, a story which took place, not surprisingly, here in Sonoma County. As a single mother, cancer survivor, First-generation American citizen, academic, and coach, my role as a head coach has had a profound impact. My life in America was built from the dream of my father. As a 4-year-old boy in a World War II concentration camp, my father's family was liberated when American Allied forces flew over the concentration camp in 1945. The red, white, and blue stars and stripes symbol on the American warplane that flew overhead deeply impacted my father, and he vowed to become an American citizen. The day I became a Sonoma State All-American was one of the proudest days of my life. I was in a family of 10. I was able to afford college because I went to the local state university who had a national championship soccer team, and I was able to live at home. The decision to end athletics effectively ends legacies at Sonoma State that have endured and struck awe in those who wonder how this underdog athletics department has achieved so much success. Our esteemed alumni, who include professional athletes, national champions, All-Americans, and legions of young coaches who have guided and mentored the youth of Sonoma County, are the ones who sounded the alarm and brought life to the Save Seawolves athletics movement. So deep do they bleed blue that they are willing to fight behind the scenes for a cause that our own administration finds expendable. They are flying their own metaphorical warplane with SSU painted on its belly. SSU mismanagement and disconnection has been a common theme. Athletics has faced sincere challenges from admissions, including asinine enrollment deadlines and transferable unit barriers that have prevented large numbers of student athletes from enrollment, even in the face of declining enrollment. Dorm rooms have sat vacant and now cost us money, once the #1 dorms in the CSU system. The $42 million faculty housing unit that was alluded to, purchased in 2018, only is occupied by 18% of SSU employees and has a vacancy rate of between 13 and 20%. After enduring terrible wildfires and a pandemic, Sonoma State leadership failed to recruit, fundraise, and practice fiscal responsibility to ensure the longevity of our university, perhaps believing we would survive on reputation alone. President Cottrell showed a grave disconnect from the athletics department when stating it was better to make the cuts now than to drag this on for a year. A 1-year grace period would have been humane. For one, transfer portal rules and new limitations on D1 rosters have created a bloat in the portal that saturates Division II recruitment. Secondly, matriculation happens in winter and summer, rarely at the beginning of the spring semester. And thirdly, many student athletes will miss opportunities to transfer in fall 25 because the differing admission requirements among universities is so broad that they cannot now get the classes they may need to transfer. And what a sinister move to announce these cuts 2 days after the start of the spring semester, thereby handcuffing employees and students to the university for another full semester. Student athletes are quite often the pinnacles of academic success, achieving higher overall GPAs and graduation rates and fostering a sense of community and school pride. They are actually classified as official stewards of the university. SSU has just cut this entire population from its breadth. This is a terrible and antithetical decision for a CSU system that states in its mission, in part, to, quote, serve communities in ways appropriate to individual campuses and to recognize and value the distinct history, culture, and mission of each campus, end quote. On behalf of athletics, I ask that you participate in the regeneration plan for Sonoma State and reverse cuts that will decimate the only 4-year public college in the California North Bay. Interim and disconnected administrators that have no skin in this game should not be allowed to make decisions for a community they either don't reside in or will likely leave soon. And even though the current rosters of the 12 athletic teams at SSU have been scorched, in true Sonoma County fashion, and in the words of Maya Angelou, but still, like dust, will rise. Thank you.
Really, thank you to all of you. Compelling statements. And I think in the interest of time, I'll just start out with a quick lightning round and then turn it over to my colleagues. Vanessa, I couldn't help noticing in your Faces of SSU bio, you mentioned being a first-generation college student. How do you see the SSU budget cuts affecting current and prospective first-generation college students?
Thank you. Yes, it does say that I'm a first-generation student. I honestly, how does it not impact first-generation students? I think the problem is that the areas in which that were directly cut versus non-directly cut have an influx of first-generation students. And then on top of these cuts, not only are we experiencing that with our first-generation students, but then we're also getting threats from the federal government that also play into this. So it's like a double down on our first-generation students.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Wendy, you coordinated environmental projects funded by the Center for Environmental Inquiry, particularly those that connect SSU faculty and students with community partners. You focused on water systems, fire resilience, and more. What does this student job pipeline look like? And can you provide specific examples of environmental jobs students have gone on to take?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a fantastic question. And this is just one small sort of drop in the bucket of what happens at Sonoma. But so one of the courses I teach is called Restoration Ecology, and I invite, or I take my students on field trips with local community partners. Sonoma Land Trust is one, the Laguna Foundation, there are others. And we take the students out, they actually get experience, hands-on experience in the field. And those, and what I always tell my students is I say, when we go out on this field trip, what I want you to do, this is your chance to schmooze with whoever is guiding our field trip. Make sure that they know your name, that they know you're interested. When they say, hey, by the way, we have an internship available, send them an email and remind them that you met them on this field trip. And I don't have numbers, but anecdotally, I know just at least I can think of at least sort of 10 people off the top of my head that have gotten work doing restoration with the Laguna Foundation or the Sonoma Land Trust directly as a result. Oh, also Warm Springs Fish Hatchery. We get a lot of people going to in fact, I'm taking my students there a week from today. Direct pipeline. And it's reciprocal, right? Because not only do my students benefit by having these educational opportunities and then a pipeline to a career, but those community partners all benefit by having students that they've been able to vet, like they are able to work with them hand on hand, like face to face, and understand their work ethic before they even invite them to come and work. So it's huge, and it's funny because in some ways it's almost a small community where I know people that were my student 10 years ago and now they're working with somebody who was my student 5 years ago on some salmon restoration in Marin, and the community just builds and grows, and the more that we have this great network, and Sonoma State is integral to that network, and it breaks my heart to think that those kinds of relationships might not be able to survive.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that question.
Yeah. So, Dustin, you talked about getting the notice on that at that fateful moment. What was going through your mind, and how has your life been affected? What have you had to change?
I would say it's been a decade and a half since I've had a panic attack. I was pretty much having a panic attack that morning, especially since, as I alluded to in my statement, when I first saw the notice, the emotions hit me, and I didn't finish reading the email where it actually talks about that I did have some retreat rights. And since then, I've also started a bit of survivor's guilt, because I have found out that I'm one of the very few. I know there's only 3 in IT out of the 9 folks that have retreat rights. And some of my coworkers and friends are not coming back, and that's, yeah.
And Merlin, same to you. How did Sonoma State deliver the notice to you? and what's been the effect?
I was in class when the email came through, and I actually had a student come up to me after giving my lecture about how I don't allow technology in class and all phones should be put away. He came up and apologized to me, and I hadn't noticed and been on his phone, but he was a basketball player, and he said, sorry, I was on my phone that whole time. I just found out that all Division II sports have been cut. And I was like, oh my God, that's terrible. I was sort of shocked at hearing that, and so not thinking anything other than that, I pulled my phone out and saw that I too had an email, and I sat down in my classroom by myself and sort of took it in.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I don't know how to describe it other than Dustin did a good job. It's like you feel like you're in a parallel universe looking down at yourself. So, I mean, yeah, that, the way in which it happened was not ideal. I don't know what the ideal situation is, but I think you've heard it echoed from me and other people up here, that it left us all in a really terrible situation for perspective, for moving forward, right? The athletes can't, you can't apply to schools after deadlines have been shut down. We don't have a way of searching out the academic job market in an off cycle. And that's if you just take this as something that had to be done, which I don't necessarily agree with that, it could have been done in a much better way that would allow for better future success for everybody that was impacted.
Yeah, and just a quick follow-up, I mean, to put a finer point on some of the things that have been mentioned. I mean, my understanding, for example, in your case, is you're looking at things like sociological or socioeconomic impacts of environmental policy in the state. And we know that we're facing natural disasters, we're facing profound socioeconomic impacts. Do you believe SSU adequately took into account factors at that level of, hey, this person that we're letting go is doing extremely impactful work?
No.
Okay. Thought I'd just let you get that on the record.
I'll say, I mean, for me, I feel like I'm better situated than a lot of people, right? I have a degree in economics. I have a really strong analytical background. There are job openings, but we invest a tremendous amount of our lives as academics into finding an academic position. We sacrifice, as was mentioned, higher paying jobs. We invest, I can't tell you how many hours into the lectures that I've built, with 7 different courses that I've taught. And for me, that's great. That's out the window, right? If I want to stay in the North Bay, I'm looking at other positions, and there are positions out there. But if you look at somebody that is a lifetime academic, there's no way for them to stay in the North Bay functionally and maintain the lifestyle that they had, based on, and that's compounded by the fact that they're not given the opportunity to even search for employment this coming year.
Yeah. Terrence, to you. So my understanding is NCAA Division II, student athletes intending to transfer must provide written notification to their current institution by June 15th. What information from SSU or CSU do student athletes need before June 15th in order to make an informed decision regarding your future?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so is it true, first of all, you need to transfer as an athlete now presented with the information you have? You're going to need to make decisions or provide notification by June 15th. So what are you looking to have CSU and SSU ideally do before then? And kind of how is, same question, how has this impacted kind of what decisions you need to make about your future as an athlete?
Yeah, we need to have all the information before June 15th, such as transcripts in order to transfer. We need to actually put our name on the transfer portal. It's just a whole list of guys that want to go somewhere. I haven't completed that process yet because I want to have my mind focused on our current season that hasn't ended yet. And then the day we got that news, we had a game like 2 days later, so we didn't know we was going to play in that game. We didn't know what was going to happen, but yeah, in terms of transferring, yeah, I still don't know what's going to happen in my future, where I'm going to go, what's going to happen, or yeah, and the only information I got from transferring was about a week later was pretty much step-by-step plan. Here, how you go on your computer to put your name in that portal, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah, I think it underscores the time frame that we need to be looking at to really help you and others. Coach, finally, I understand there's now a Save Seawolf athletic group that's in existence. There's a lawsuit. There's other actions being taken by community members, coaches, athletes. From your perspective, how do you see that potentially even hopefully playing into a broader partnership, if you will, where alumni, community members, student athletes, coaches can kind of come together? Yes, there's the lawsuit, but also I think really common objectives here to save athletics.
Are you asking whether or not we have the capacity to work alongside current administration to come to solutions?
Or just any
more?
ideas that you may have.
Right, that would help?
Yes.
Well, we'd like a seat at the table. That would be one. And the other thing would be the Save Seawolves athletics movement was started by athletics and on the backs of alumni, particularly lawyers and esteemed alumni who are volunteering time and resources to get the word out. So we've been partnering also with academic departments across campus. We understand it's not just athletics, but athletics that has the capacity to mobilize forces. I mean, the 5-alarm fire bell was rung. And so we're happy to stand at the forefront of that. Those of us in athletics are used to the fight. We are the dogs in the fight here and the soldiers on the ground floor. We're ready to do it. We're not afraid of disappointment. We're not afraid of hard times. We're not afraid of losses. We're also not afraid of the truth, but deliver the truth and ask us the questions so that we can partner and give you our resources. That's what's offensive. Is if you had come and asked if we had been able to weigh in, and department chairs had been able to weigh in, our athletic director was able to weigh in, coaches who are extremely intelligent and well-connected in this community had been given an opportunity to weigh in, I don't know that we'd be sitting here today. We've always said we don't want to be antagonistic, but we will say the truth, and we will be direct, and we're going to stand up for the entire community. Most of us in that department are products of this community. I spent 19 years here. So I would like for the administration and anybody moving forward to understand we'd like to have a civil conversation and we would like to pool our resources. There's intelligence, there's connections, and there's motivation to get out of the situation that we're in. And quite frankly, we have the people to do it. It's just short-sighted, and it's a lack of trust that the people that are in this room or the people that have been employed by this university couldn't provide solutions that could have prevented this from happening.
Thanks. Senator. Yeah, so ready for the next one. All right, why don't you, Chris? Yeah.
So first of all, I don't have any questions, and part of that is you all aren't the ones that need to answer questions today, right? I appreciate your personal stories. It's impactful, and I've been happy to talk with folks and understand the impact. I did want to say two quick things, though. One, in terms of athletics, I took office in December. We went back and we watched that one public forum that folks had in October, and we heard the comment about everything is on the table. And I just want to recognize how difficult it was for anybody to actually interpret that into what we were going to see. The gap between that October meeting and the announcement of the cuts with no public input deprived this community of an opportunity to participate, and I want to acknowledge that. The other, I wanted to get back to Mr. Hanauer's comment and question about existing staff, and we keep talking about the plan. I just want to acknowledge for you and just be very direct. We also were deprived of an opportunity to participate in that. And while I heard a commitment, and I think many of my colleagues, I don't want to speak for all of them, but I think we all agree, we all plan on pushing back on that 8% from the governor. We don't know if we'll be successful. We don't know how successful we'll be. We don't know what those cost savings mean for existing employees, and I just want to acknowledge that because there is no plan. We haven't been invited to the table up until this point either. And further than that 8%, when we talk about the deficit for Sonoma State, I think what you are hearing is a lot of frustration for us that we are willing to fight for the future of SSU and for its employees and for its programs. We're not willing to fight for further bloat for administration. And so I don't want to leave you with false hope, but I do want to let you know, at least from my perspective, that we'll be fighting for employees and programs. I just can't tell you what that means yet.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay.
Mine's on header again.
Good? All right. Thank you so much. First of all, to each of you, thank you. Madam President, thank you so much. Incredibly grateful. One, for your service, for your work, and in particular, serving the students. Very grateful. I'd like to go to Mr. Haywood and Coach. Can you just quickly extrapolate how many students who are in athletics would not be attending college, for example, that are in SSU athletics now? Can you extrapolate some data for us?
I'm happy to answer that. I have a master's degree, and I could tell you that as a first-generation American citizen, I don't know that I would have attended a four-year school had it not been for soccer. My dad started a business, and my 4 siblings ahead of me went to work for him. But because I was a good soccer player and they had a great program here, I could live locally. I ended up achieving my degree here and then ultimately a master's degree. Athletics is, in my opinion, one very important part of how people come to school. It's given opportunities to underrepresented populations and minority populations that may or may not have the history or even the capacity to consider a four-year education. These are populations that are extremely important to the fabric of our nation. And I think athletics has provided just a tremendous vehicle for higher education opportunity.
And Coach, you have been so incredibly eloquent
Thank you.
in regards to your, no, truly,
Thank
your
you.
story, and it's inspiring, and I hope you know that. Just for your tenure, and Mr. Haywood, just if you don't mind as well, talking about your teammates, how many do you think over the years that you've been coaching, is it 50% wouldn't be going to college without athletics, 60%? Just give us what you think.
You know,
especially those first, and from
Yeah.
communities of color, right? Black and brown students who
Right.
are here.
Right. I've been very fortunate because the demographic that I work with tends to be a more privileged population. My colleagues and the ones that really are with the rosters, like athletics is over 50% minority population. I have colleagues that are extremely, that have extremely heavy rosters with that. They truly are the ones that are giving these opportunities to these student athletes. And I would say, I would defer to my colleagues, but I would say probably more than 50% would not be here today without sport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Haywood.
Yes, I would agree the same, that if not half or more than half of my teammates would not be here without athletics or the opportunity. I wouldn't even be thinking about going to college and furthering my education if it wasn't for basketball. Due to the financial burden it would have placed on my family, as I mentioned. Only one of my immediate family that was able to attend college. So athletics has played a very important role in my life and has altered the course of my life to better my future and to better my future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Haywood. Thank you, Coach.
I just wanted to make a quick observation before and thank the panel. I was taking copious notes of things, and there was so much heart and insight that I finally stopped and said, this panel has to happen in Sacramento and at the trustees. That the story has to be told in your own words, and it's so compelling. I also did want to observe, though, that the Congressman Thompson's dialogue with the Vice Chancellor about the future of sharing administrative services or presidents and what have you seemed a little off from this conversation, in that dialogue resulted in, well, we're looking at it, and it's probably maybe a year till we know about it. And my experience in higher education tells me if you lay off this proportion of your IT department, and also come to us and tell us that you're moving substantially into online as a part of the 3-year plan, that you already have a plan for consolidation of administrative services that you're just not sharing. And that's the disappointing part here, but mostly because that's been the story so far, and I don't know whether to see guile or maybe cowardice. These are hard. Budgets like this are hard to grapple with. Faculty, students, staff, and also for administrators. And the decision, or perhaps the indecision, that led to the actions being taken so precipitously with no consultation, including with us. I don't know which of those it was, whether it was a tactic, cowardice, or just management error, but it has wiped away so much trust. And the sad part is that trust is needed more than ever for us to. The budget is still barreling towards us on July 1 of 2025, and so we are in a situation where decisive action has to be taken. And we need that trust. And so I very much appreciate that each one of you, in your own way, signaled a readiness to do that. That you get it. You understand the situation and the challenge that the university faces, and you have repeatedly here and in the weeks that preceded this have made clear that you and the campus constituencies are ready to do so, and we are too. And so the plan that we have been insisting on, or 60 to 30 to 60 days, is to jumpstart that turnaround, that comeback plan. But it can't just be a new plan that's also hatched in secret and then announced with 1 day's notice or 1 hour's notice or an email in class. That plan has to be a change in the way that the university is led and managed, as well as in the outcome. So, Mr. Co-Chair, thank you, and thank you so much to this panel. Really, really powerful. All right, we're going to turn to our next panel, but also just want to emphasize we are going to be proceeding to public comment after this, and to ask this panel to and us to be as lightning oriented as possible and concise, because we really do want to hear public input and testimony, but also to reemphasize for those who have other things that they must be doing starting at 5 o'clock or later, that we welcome and invite your comments in every possible format or form, including the special email that's posted on the wall, but also we're all around all the time as well. So, Mr. Rogers?
And if I could, Mr. Chair, as was mentioned at the outset, Congressman Thompson and I had a pre-scheduled town hall that has about 600 RSVPs to it as well. So I am going to have to slip out at some point during the panel, but I promise I will go back and watch the rest of this and encourage folks, please reach out, tell us your stories. We'll continue to fight with you, and I just appreciate you being here.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Rogers. All right, for our next panel, we're going to look to some of the workforce and community collaborations, partnerships that have been foreshadowed today. Some have been mentioned quite directly, and so we'll get right into it. We first want to talk about the regional economy, the workforce demands for learning and for skills and for graduates with critical thinking, and of course, as we look at that. We looked all around for a panelist to speak on that topic, and we had to go to SSU because SSU is already at the core of that strategy. So our first speaker will be Robert Eiler, who's a professor of economics here at Sonoma State University. He'll be followed by Jeff Cyphers, who's the CEO of Sonoma Clean Power, which Mr. Connolly has already talked about, and then Ezra Shaban, the president of the Board of Trustees for Santa Rosa junior college. Gentlemen, welcome. I think we'll begin with you, Professor Eiler.
Thank you, Senator Cabaldon. So, folks, my name is Robert Eiler. I'm a professor of economics, and I'm acting as special advisor to the university president right now at Sonoma State University. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. It just so happens I'm a native of Santa Rosa. I grew up on the west side of Santa Rosa and did all my schooling there before I went to Chico State University like representative and graduated from there. So I have a decent look at this as also a resident for a really long time and also some of the job changes we've seen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the regional economy and our 6-county reach. I'm going to talk about the current outlook and what part of that outlook actually depends on places like Sonoma State University to provide workers into those jobs as they come up from employers. I'll also talk about the jobs, or the California Jobs First initiative that is coming or has come out of the governor's office and how that matches a lot of the majors we have and looking forward, how it should match the way we do economic and workforce development. And then I'll talk about pathways and economic development. So to just get started, the current forecast, if you blend the public and at least the light cast data, if you've ever heard of those data, it used to be called EMSI, and you blend that together toward 2030, right now the 6 counties that we serve look like they're going to have about 23,000 new jobs between now and 2030. Most of that is going to come out of Sonoma County, Solano County, Marin County, and Napa County, sort of basically on their size. But Lake County will have as much percentage change in that as Solano County. And those are really 2 places where we're going to see some growth, including Napa. Sonoma County and Marin County have slowed down in terms of their job growth. And if you look at the blend of the region, we will grow slower than California on average, at least for right now. But I want to emphasize that's a status quo forecast. That doesn't mean we cannot lever between now and then some of the things that Jeff and Ezra will also talk about to make that grow faster and make partnerships more complete in terms of the workforce and economic development side. We do face headwinds. So we are aging, we have fewer kids in this community, and we have lower school attendance in general, which means we don't have as much indigenous growth in terms of labor force, and we have to watch for that. We also have policy, deportation, or just simply federal money that will go toward education that's now under some scrutiny and or removal that we have to watch very closely and how that does or does not affect the way we see outcomes in terms of high school graduates and beyond. We also have a high cost of living here, so that also impacts, and we've talked a lot about this today, the choice to come to a school like this. We have some tailwinds. We're close to the Bay Area. We have a tourism draw, and we also have healthcare here that's niche and known worldwide, and it leads to a good quality of life. So if you add all that together, one of the main points I'll make later is this institution is a place of brain gain versus brain drain if it's played correctly through our economic and workforce development partnerships. So of that 23,000 roughly jobs we're looking at for the rest of the decade, about just under 25% of them will require a bachelor's degree or higher as minimum requirement to get a job. Now, that in the core of that will be in healthcare for managers, a lot of professional services, a lot of public services, a lot of government work will need that as well, life sciences, education, and even in agriculture we'll see some demand for people with bachelor's degrees and higher. So we are a place that not only delivers those every May when we graduate students, we also graduate a lot of graduate degree holders, but we also prepare people for graduate school, which then can take it to another place where they would come back here and be workers in many cases. And I'm one of those people. I went away to school and I came back here and here I am. Now, if we look at the jobs first categories, there are 4. There are anchor, strengthen, accelerate, and bet. And I'm going to focus on the accelerate and bet because we do a really good job in this county and really in this region with what is at least termed as the anchor and strengthen categories. But if you look at the accelerate or the accelerate category, life sciences, solar or alternative energy, ag tech, software, aerospace and hardware development, those things are places, or at least industries, where we can have an impact here through the right programming, through the right partnerships, and we're expecting that to happen given what you heard earlier from the interim president and also what we need to do in terms of being a workforce development partner. If you look at the bed industries, which are much more fledgling but should take larger hold, how can you engage agriculture, for example, in carbon and range management? So that's something when you think about the dovetailing of what we're going to see with ag technology, what we're going to need from a climate change standpoint, and where we can train people to work in that space and think about the transformation of our agricultural lands. That's a big thing. And that goes all the way up to Humboldt County and the Oregon border in many ways and moving east toward I-5. And that's, again, part of our overall service area. We're going to think about the blue economy in terms of what can happen in the ocean, both aquaculture and tourism as the case may be, but things to watch for in terms of ways of enhancing how we use the oceans. Even as a science laboratory, we want to do all that as well. And then what we're going to see from AI and quantum computing. This is one of the things about preserving computer science on this campus, but all the other analytical sciences. We really want to have those here because that revolution is not going away. It's just going to get enhanced. So we want to watch for that. So in terms of pathways, we need to be partners with the community college system. We need to be partners with K through 12. We do have some of those relationships in place. When I was a dean here, we expanded through all 6 counties the degree completion programs that existed in those counties at the community college campuses. We need to strengthen that, and we also need to draw people here toward campus for education. So just to wrap up, we are a center of social mobility. Please keep that in mind. So when you hear those forecasts, think that when students come here and they stay here, and even if they go away and serve some other place in California, the economic impacts they take with them, that difference between coming here as a high school student and leaving as a bachelor's degree candidate and graduate are things that we cannot replace. And it's about $1 million in a lifetime that they add not only here, but to their own lives in terms of social mobility. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Professor Eiler. When you described what you were going to cover, I thought we were going to be here for an hour, so I appreciate the
I jammed what I could in 5 minutes. Thank
you. All right, so it's a great standard. Mr. Cyphers, welcome.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, committee. I want to start by just observing something that happened an hour and a half ago here. We had the leadership at this table, and they didn't ask for your help. And this is one of the most powerful committees in the state of California right now. And that signaled to me that they've accepted defeat. And I want to change that. I want to invite them. I want to reach out and say, this is a necessary problem to solve. Even if you can't solve it on your own, you got to ask for help. And so in that spirit, I'd like to offer some ideas, but I'm just one person. I think everyone in this room has ideas. And I'd like to change that dialogue. So I represent Sonoma Clean Power, and we generate the electricity for 2 counties. And our success in building hundreds of megawatts of new renewable energy and saving well over $100 million for customers over the last decade is really born really significantly on the backs of folks who graduated from this university. We've hired 29 graduates from this university over the last decade. We've had a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 4 interns every single year from this university. I myself am a graduate here of the physics program, and I chose Sonoma State over UC Berkeley and Stanford because I was invited into a professor's house when I was touring this campus. And I was invited to enter the machine shop and build a jet engine. And to a budding young scientist, that was an opportunity to do graduate level work as an undergraduate at a very affordable price. And I treasured that. And I got a better education here as an undergrad than I could have gotten elsewhere. And I want to go back to this being a necessary problem to solve. Problems are really different when they're necessary because you stop thinking about them being hard. And you start identifying and articulating what you don't know how to solve. And I think that's the piece that I want to get to. So we cannot solve this problem within the CSU mindset itself. We're going to need business, we're going to need lawmakers, we're going to need everyone on the table, the faculty, the staff. And I'll offer 2 categories of ideas just from my perspective, and I think there's going to be a lot more. One is we need revenues and more enrollment. And so 2 of the ideas that I've been made privy to over the last year is that active management of enrollment from campuses that are heavily subscribed into campuses like this one is a strategy that's worked in the past. That hasn't yet been named as part of this plan. I've also been made aware that the online application tool for this university, for the CSU system in general, is very rigid and often rejects applicants and informs them to appeal. That has led, in the words of many faculty I've talked to students giving up and trying somewhere else. Those are solvable problems. These are just 2 examples of things, but I bet in this room there's 50 more ideas like that. The other thing is that when we're creating a long-term plan, I just want to offer 3 things from my own perspective at Sonoma Clean Power. It was mentioned, thank you, Assemblymember, that we're about to start construction on $6 to $8 billion of geothermal energy, and we're losing a geology department. I want to add, we have policy needs. We're very active in the policy arena. So a master's of public administration and history are kind of topics that would be really relevant. Our analytics team, when we got it up and running, we shaved about $18 million a year off the price tag of electricity for Sonoma County alone, just by doing better analysis and buying better in the market. That analytics team is full of people who have engineering and physics backgrounds and analytic. We're losing a physics degree here, my own department. So I want to just share that, that we're hiring. We'd love to see this be an institution we can continue hiring from, and I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cyphers. You're on.
All right. Can you hear me? Yes?
Welcome,
All
Ezra.
right. Well, first I want to thank our legislative delegation for convening this meeting. It can't be understated, the leadership, dedication, tenacity, and efficacy that we have representing us in the state capitol here for Sonoma County. So thank you very much. And I also want to recognize the human impact, before I get into my statements, of the students, the faculty and staff who've been directly impacted, and those students, faculty, and staff that come to campus every single day to do their job, to continue to learning in spite of uncertainty and concern. So I do want to recognize that on behalf of the junior college. So Santa Rosa Junior College is governed by a 7-member directly elected board. We are answerable to the community here in Sonoma County. We are your community college. And we have a long tradition here in partnering with Sonoma State on working to build successful transfer pathways, empowering our students to go on and continue their higher education journey, and also to provide Sonoma State with students who are ready to succeed in their upper division coursework. To put that into perspective, every year we send around 800 students to California State University campuses in general, and about 400, or half of those, are going right here to Sonoma State year in and year out. And during these times of uncertainty, we're, doubling down and looking at, a couple of these populations too. We have students who have already transferred here, and how are we providing support to them? We're looking at students who were planning on transferring. 14 of our current students who had already applied for programs here applied to programs that were cut, and so they're working with our academic counselors. We're putting them in touch with SSU's counselors as well to try to chart a path forward that makes sense for them. And I know a lot of students on this campus and people thinking of attending, thinking of transferring, are wondering what the future holds. And so we've doubled down on our connectivity with the recruitment team at Sonoma State to make sure that we are getting answers to questions that our students have. We've already held 3 different meetings in the last several weeks. We have in the next few weeks more meetings on the 25th, the 4th, and the 11th respectively. We want to continue to support a strong pipeline to Sonoma State and contribute to its long-term success, because the success of Sonoma State is not just success for our alumni, but it's also so important for our county and our state more broadly, as Dr. Eiler spoke about. Now, my colleagues on the Board of Trustees have gotten some questions about where our enrollment and finances stand in light of what's happened here. The short answer is our enrollment has been growing. During the pandemic, higher education was hit across the board. We lost 25% of our enrollment, going down to about 12,400 full-time equivalent students. Since we reached our nadir in 21-22 academic year, We've added 2,500 full-time equivalent students, so we're back up to 15,000, which translates to about 32,000 unduplicated headcount for annual attendance. And we're continuing on the path to get back to our pre-pandemic levels, which would be 17,500 full-time equivalent students. And hope is not a strategy. We know that. So we've been very intentional about our enrollment management strategy. Demographics are against us. There, as Senator Cabaldon pointed out, there are simply less children in our schools than there were in the past. So we have to broaden and think more creatively about who we reach out to. So we started strategic enrollment management planning back in 2022 under Dr. Frank Chong, and our current president has been providing continuous leadership to adopt that. It's important to note that our enrollment management plan was led by a collaborative group of administrators, faculty, staff, labor representatives, and students. They researched the best practices, targeted strategies, and tactics addressed to tackle our greatest challenges and opportunities. We knew that an insular top-down approach would have been the height of hubris and would have not been consistent with our role as a community college and been far less effective as well. Our approach is multi-pronged, as there is no silver bullet for enrollment challenges. It goes from dual enrollment in high schools to lifelong learning courses. About 1 in 6 of our students is over 50 years old. It goes and looks at non-credit courses from ESL to GED prep, career technical education, expansion of our public safety training center, and recruiting reentry students for degree completion. Those students who may have taken some college coursework, they had life or other circumstances that were roadblocks, and how do we re-engage them and put in the student support services to see them successfully complete their programs. So I'll just conclude by saying, you know, one of my favorite things about being on the board is hearing the stories of how SRJC changed the lives of our graduates. And I know the same thing is true for Sonoma State. I'm a graduate. You know, we've heard from so many graduates who, including several of the legislators. And this is where I changed my life trajectory, and I know that with this leadership, you know, they'll continue to make sure that people can tell those stories for generations to come. Thank you. We look forward to continuing to partner with the legislature, with Sonoma State, and the community.
Senator McGuire.
Thank you so much. Board President Shaban, talk to us about where Sonoma State ranks in regards to transfers from Santa Rosa Junior College. And I think that as board president, you've had conversations with your superintendent and president of the district, and I believe President Cottrell is also wanting to be able to expand partnerships. So can you talk to us about that, what that would look like, and then also what you see for transfers?
Yeah, so to be clear, we send more students to Sonoma State than we send anywhere else. So out of our graduates, about 1,400 students every year go on to a 4-year university to transfer, and 400 of those. So we're talking, you know, close to a third, almost 30% in any given year of our graduates are going to Sonoma State. And then from Sonoma State's perspective, obviously 400 is, you know, the largest single source of transfer students that they're receiving in any given year as well. So, you know, it's an incredibly valuable pipeline that we've developed over time. And I will say we've had multiple meetings with, you know, the administration, the cabinet here, with our superintendent president and cabinet, you know, to look at how do we continue that. And I think part of it is, you know, getting some of these questions answered that you know, I think have been expressed already. I'm sure in public comment some of these questions will be, you know, raised as well, where when people are deciding where to go, they want to understand okay, Sonoma State's sticking around for the long term. We had that commitment. If certain decisions reduce enrollment for the fall and they force additional cuts, could other programs go away? I mean, these are the kinds of questions we get from our students, right? And so being able to have answers for that and being able to show some stability, I think, is going to be really important in the short term, you know, to building that. I think, you know, over the last several years, we've been trying to expand, you know, different modalities of, you know, getting people from guaranteed admission. You know, you can do the first 2 years at the JC, the next 2 years at Sonoma State, that type of thing. So there's a number of different ways that we can collaborate, and, you know, we'll look forward to continue doing that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Board President, and quick, and so grateful to Mr. Cyphers, truly one of the best CEOs that we have here in the North Bay area, and very grateful for your work. I want to look to Mr. Eiler on this final question, Mr. Chair, and that is on just economic development and regional economy. Look, bottom line is, with the Santa Rosa Junior College, College of Marin, right, you look at the 2 community college districts within Lake County, Mendocino College, huge economic drivers for our region. Concern when it comes to any type of layoffs, but candidly, one of the largest proposed in CSU history, has a direct impact on our economy.
Yes, it does. I mean, we're going to see that reverberate through our local cities and then move up through our communities that we service directly. We're going to see it throughout the California economy, because if this is just the beginning, the other 6 or 7 campuses that will do similar cuts, we will see that also reverberate in those communities. So in Chico State, for example, we should hear something relatively soon. That community is much more dependent on what happens in Chico than we are, but they have very similar ties to the community in terms of needing it as an economic and workforce development engine.
Say my last item is can't compare where in regards to the transition of Humboldt State to Cal Poly Humboldt. That was one of the largest one-time investments. That's a game changer for a community. I mean, it's going to double the number of privately insured jobs with health care in 15 years for a region. I just make that point of, if we're looking at getting back up to that 9,000, 10,000 number, beating where we were at 9,500 in 2015, that's a boom for us.
Agreed. And what we need is we need to make sure we preserve a value proposition as to why students would come here and the nature of what they do on the other side with the degree. And the more that we can regionalize that, the larger the impacts are in our regional community. And that goes all the way up to touching hands with Cal Poly Humboldt over time and partnering where we can there too.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Mr. Connolly.
Yeah, quick one for President Chabon. So you kind of started to talk about this, just a crucial partnership between SRJC and SSU. As we kind of get information on the proposed cuts, at least, departments, programs, what are you hearing in terms of how that will kind of, at the ground level, affect decision-making for students at SRJC as to whether they're going to transfer to SSU?
Yeah, it's a tough decision that it puts in front of local students, right? Because there's a substantial cost, right? So someone may have been studying and earned their associate's degree for transfer in a certain area with a certain plan, thinking of coming here, but the economics, perhaps they live at home, perhaps they have a job here, you know, they could be a reentry student. There's so many different factors that then, you know, it creates a complication of, okay, well, do I pursue my major? Do I have to go back and get, you know, this summer? You know, one of the things we're looking at to support students is looking at our summer course catalog. And are there changes based on these cuts where we need to change our course offerings to perhaps better support students that are, you know, changing their plans in one way or another? So, yeah, it's a mixture of economics and academics and on the where they are on the 4-year plan. We do have connectivity with you know, other surrounding CSUs. So we have been talking to San Francisco State and CSU East Bay to really talk about, you know, laying out all the options for our students. You know, we can't dictate and shouldn't. We should just give them the best information, and that's really what we want to do to empower them to make the decisions to continue on with their educational career.
Thanks. Mr. Rogers? All right. Well, on this point, Trustee Chabon, you and the president of the college were in my office, I think, the day after or the 2 days after the announcement from the campus, and I assumed wrongly that you would have had more notice than I had, because for the reason that you said, Santa Rosa Junior College is essentially this is not to demean either institution. It's essentially a campus of Sonoma State in a form, and then if Sonoma State doesn't have economics any longer, what does that mean for the faculty at Santa Rosa Junior College that are in economics or in physics or in other departments that are that have invested in an associate degree for transfer and all that? So we talked a bit about the students. I want to get back to that in a second. But am I right to recall that there wasn't any consultation about this alignment, this sort of workforce pathway that with direct implications for the college that from the announcements of programmatic cuts here at Sonoma State?
I think that's a fair statement. Yeah, we did not collaborate on any announcement or plan. We were informed either shortly before or shortly after, there was an announcement. And
for students at Santa Rosa, the students that you described that have been preparing, we've made a commitment in California since 1960, since we opened Sonoma State. Santa Rosa Junior College predates it, but we've made a commitment that this is one system, that the institutions have different names on them, but it's the people of California that created and operate and fund Sonoma State, the rest of the CSU, and Santa Rosa Junior College, and the rest of the community colleges. And you have the same right to ultimately earn your objective, a degree, a certificate, or a credential, no matter where you start. And so we encourage you, if you want to stay closer to home, to go to Santa Rosa Junior College, and you will have every right, just as if you had started as a freshman student at Sonoma State, to complete your degree. So we say that, but I haven't heard, and maybe you can let me know that in the discussions around this many students were affected in athletics, this many students were affected in German, this many were affected in history and economics. Those, I'm not wrong, are that those don't include any of the students at Santa Rosa Junior College that are essentially in those programs, but studying they are in those programs studying for upper division programs here at Sonoma State based on the good faith commitment that you and the campus and the state have made, that are not included in the numbers of students who've been affected by these cuts.
That's correct. We have 14 students who had already applied for upcoming fall admissions in eliminated programs, so we know that number, but certainly there's many more of our students studying in courses of study, or who perhaps were interested in pursuing those majors.
Okay, thank you. And I want to thank the panel and Mr. Cyphers, particularly thank you. I think your comments at the outset about asking for help is really the point of what this panel is, and what we've heard from obviously within the campus community, but the rest of the social, economic ecosystem and community of the broader region. There are so many opportunities of folks who would stand ready to be a part of the solution, who depend on and support and want to make investments in new partnerships, but didn't get the chance as a result of the path that we've taken. We need to invite that energy, those resources, and that commitment to the table. So thank you for shining the spotlight on that right from the beginning. All right, we're going to conclude this panel. We're going to move to public comment. Thanks to everyone who has been a part of this conversation, but to all of you as well for sticking with us. We know you are intensely committed and passionate about this as well. And so I'm going to turn over our co-chair, who's going to facilitate our public comment.
All right, here we go. Public comment. Is my mic on? There we go. So thank you, folks, for lining up on both sides of the room. We have 2 microphones. We're going to hear from everyone who wants to speak. If you can just quickly provide your first and last names and try to keep your remarks to about a minute or less. And again, we'll kind of follow those decorum rules that we heard about earlier. So if you can not, clap or boo or whatever in between. And we'll rotate side to side. So why don't we start over here? Welcome. come on up and...
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you to all for this forum. I'm Michaela Grobbel, and the comments and my plea could could have a header like, please help us save our languages at Sonoma State. I'm Michaela Grobbel, as I said, and I'm the only professor of German, and I chair the Department of Modern Languages and Literatures, which houses 3 language programs, French, German, and Spanish. Our department is not on the list of departments to be discontinued, but de facto it is. For transparency reasons, our department should have been listed for discontinuance alongside the other 6 departments: art history, economics, geology, philosophy, theater, dance, and women and gender studies. As to my department, the French and German programs are slated to be discontinued, and in the case of German, it is in particular the interdisciplinary minor in German cultural studies. That has only been in existence for 1 semester. I've also received the layoff notice. Another layoff of a full-time professor who just returned, received tenure last year, affects our Spanish major and minor, and I want to say there's absolutely no way to have a Spanish major and minor at SSU. I do need to stop, but please consider we are a liberal arts institution and HSA, and we need Spanish, especially Spanish, all languages in California and in our region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Professor Scott Severson from the Department of Physics and Astronomy, where we are facing the loss of all of our degree plans. We are asking for a fair and informed budget process rather than a simple cut based primarily on sorting degrees by numbers of majors. The Department of Physics and Astronomy is in the top 25% nationally for the number of physics degrees awarded annually by a primarily undergraduate institution. Physics faculty have brought in over $40 million in grant funding to SSU, and we have a 50-year history of preparing students to be the high-tech workforce educators, data scientists, medical physicists, and successful CEOs that the area needs. Just this past year, we have our largest recruiting class in my 18 years here. When I hear the stated priority of engaged problem solvers and careers in health science, data science, and business, I direct people to look at the testimonials of our alumni and community partners at SaveSonomaPhysics.org. We ask for your help to allow an informed and thoughtful budget process. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mallory Field, and I'm a double major in Women's and Gender Studies and Psychology. Women's and Gender Studies is one of the departments slated for elimination at the end of this semester. This is an incredible program that profoundly impacts the community by requiring internships and has provided 30,000 hours of community service in 20-plus years. Our student volunteer hours serve crisis centers for LGBT people, rape and domestic violence victims, HIV, AIDS, and undocumented communities. And without students' internship hours, these centers will no longer be able to provide the same life-saving services in a critical time of need. These are communities that are under constant attack in this political climate. These are your children, your friends, your families, and your voters. And as our representatives, we demand that you fully fund the CSU system, restore these cuts, and make sure these funds have earmarked specifically to expand WGS. We need to make this a required course like ethnic studies to support our commitment to inclusion, diversity, and empathy for others. We must embrace our connection to community, not eliminate it. Please save WGS.
Packing it in under a minute. All right. Yes, sir.
I am Mark Perry, Chair of Chemistry Department here and Senator on our Academic Senate. Sonoma State says it can solve our problem of low enrollment by cutting our majors, which cuts the students that we desperately need. That makes no sense. The Chancellor's Office funds us for 8,100 students, even though we only have about 5,300. We're being given money for about 2,800 students that we don't have, and we still can't balance our budget. What are we wasting our money on? How can we cut students when we are already funded above our current enrollment? I don't think our plan to cut these departments will save anywhere near the money they think it will. The university hired Gray Decision Intelligence to look at the profitability of their programs. They reported that the programs that are being cut generated a profit of $1.4 million. The provost says we will just have to make that money up elsewhere. The university says the Marine apartments are okay because the revenue covers the cost, and it gives us room to grow in the future. Our department's revenue also cover our costs and gives us room to grow in the future. The administration also predicts $6 million in savings by cutting the entire departments that house the programs that are being cut. The problem is that half of the costs of these departments are used to teach GE classes, which still have to be taught. Sorry.
Thank you.
My name's Drew Johns, and I'm a proud queer and transgender resident of Sonoma County. I love this community, and I will not stand by while SSU and WGS is dismantled. You must stop this. These cuts were made with the transparency of a fiefdom. Where is our representation? The very people who built this institution were removed from the conversation. This is not just about budget. This is about democracy. Your constituents entrust you to represent them. Do not surrender your power to unelected bureaucrats. We have the resources to do this the right way. The SSU and CSU leadership relied on opaque, for-profit consulting firm and a half-retired interim president, while the chancellor remains largely absent. This is unacceptable. Our community deserves better. Cuts are necessary, but they must be made with the real public input and led by actual experts, faculty, staff, and local representatives. Once these programs are gone, they're gone. Give us the time to do this the right way. Stop these cuts and save WGS.
Thank you.
Thank you, legislators, for coming to SSU and listening to us. I am Dr. Lena McQuaid, an SSU alumni, a full professor, and the SSU Teacher of the Year Award recipient winner. You do not earn this award by impacting the least number of students. You earn an award like this because you've impacted the most students most powerfully. But I, along with all the equally qualified members of my department, have been fired, despite the fact that gray data shows that the courses taught by WGS faculty are profitable, contributing almost $2.5 million to the SSU budget over the past 3 years. Our students, alumni, and community partners have written over 100 letters of support, attesting to the life-changing opportunities of a WGS degree. Even more concerning is the firing of full professors. We represent the highest levels of academic achievement in our great state. With this honor comes an even greater responsibility to open the doors of opportunity for thousands of students and contribute to the project of academic freedom that is the cornerstone of our democracy. We show up every day and do this work with excellence. We are not the cause of the deficit here, but we are part of the solution. Do not cut women and gender studies.
Hello, my name is Paul Matheny. I'm a second-year political science and economics student here at Sonoma State. I'm not from here, and when I came here to come to Sonoma State, I found a community here that I really loved. And while being here, I was a campaign manager this last election season for Measure W, which now is 40% of the library's budget. And I would not be able to do the work that I did if I was not attending this university. And now, because of economics being removed, I have no choice but to leave this university. I'm pretty much done with my political science, and I have no choice but to leave if I want to do my economics. So Sonoma State students don't only give value in providing workers and labor and money to the economy, but also we keep jobs here. Thank you. And shout out to Professor McEwen and Boaz.
Hi, I'm Don Romsberg, and I am one of the fired professors. I'm the chair of Women's and Gender Studies, and I've won the highest award that Sonoma State gives in scholarship and excellence. I would actually like to argue that you precondition funding on the CSU and the legislature on a reset of timeline for the SSU budget cuts. Give our institution another academic year to thoughtfully make the changes. Let's all agree that President Coutrere's cuts were a sloppy and ill-conceived first draft that was handed in too late. What we need to do instead is to give her a deadline extension and for all of us to be able to look at the actual methodology and its flaws and reconsider the kinds of evidence that actually need to be used because we know that the cost of instruction versus the number of majors is insufficient to name the total harm and the total cost to Sonoma State and to Sonoma and to California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Mendoza. I'm a first-generation transfer student, and I'm majoring in political science here at Sonoma State. I want to thank the senators and assembly members for being here today and allowing this community to have a platform and a seat at the table for the discussion, which is an opportunity our admin has been faltered on. I wanted to comment on something Senator McGuire said earlier, that no one has been personally invested in this campus. This statement couldn't have been received better than from an alumni in this school who knows the community better after having experienced it himself. I've only been here for one semester, and in that time, particularly since the cuts, the shift in morale is disheartening. The hard reality is that we're losing the soul of this campus, and the attack on education at a federal level is growing faster than ever with the current administration. So as someone who aspires to have a seat at the same table that you're sitting at now, and to advocate for my community, this leaves me here looking to you, mediating this discussion with you, to remember the stories of us here today and to keep fighting alongside us, because it's not done. And thank you.
Thank you.
Stefan Kiesbu, English. When Kamala Harris asked Donald Trump what his plan for healthcare was, he said, "I have an outline of a plan." It was, of course, malicious intent. We know what his plan is, namely to get rid of Obamacare. Here it's similar. There's a really malicious intent. It's the destruction of the arts and humanities. We are being hollowed out for years now. We can't get tenure track lines to substitute teachers who have left. It's malicious intent. We are all being hoodwinked. And after today's forum, for which I am very, very grateful to you, we know that there is a plan that they're not telling us, and that is to get rid of critical thinking so we can all go home and just make the buck and then shut up. The arts and humanities are what makes life worth living. We think critically and we self-express. This is what we're living for. We are the meaning of life, and we are being eradicated here. Thank you.
My name is Atzi Oliveras. I'm a third-year geology major. I'm also a tutor, a student researcher, a future face of SSU for the next year, and the treasurer for the Geology Club. My professional development and desirability as someone seeking a job or a graduate degree will take a year-long hit that can't be filled with a so-called teach-out plan. I am also a student of Chicano and Latino descent. I'm a proud first-generation American and a first-generation college student. As you may or may not know, Sonoma State is accredited as a Hispanic serving institution, with more or less than 40% Hispanic identifying student population. And the areas in which all of you represent would not be the same without the back-breaking work that my community provides. So while these cuts affect students of all demographics, please continue to advocate for students like me, whose mothers and fathers were never allowed to dream of becoming scientists, artists, athletes, and help us to fulfill those dreams.
Hi, my name is John Sullins. I am a full professor in the philosophy department here at Sonoma State, and I've been here for 21 years. Our program includes pre-law and ethics, good life, science and technology ethics, and social justice. I also run the Center for Ethics, Law, and Society. Thank you so much for having this panel for us to express what we need from this university. And we heard some interesting ideas about the future and the ability to increase critical thinking on this campus. But I want to remind you that you are firing all the people who teach critical thinking. So I teach critical thinking, logic. We teach a LSAT class for pre-law. We have students that come from the JC through their amazing philosophy department straight into ours and off into law school or even graduate school. We are extremely successful. this is not something that needs to be cut. We are the center of this, what we're trying to move towards. Who's going to teach the ethics in this new medical thing that we're imagining? Who's going to teach the ethics in the science and technology classes that we are imagining? And who is going to teach critical thinking and logic? Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Fowler. And I started as a student here back in the 1980s. And I came here, I grew up in the, excuse me, South Bay, and I came here because an instructor at my junior college recommended the Sonoma State Geology Department. And so I went through the geology department. My first job I got because I came from Sonoma State Geology Department. Since then, I've worked at a number of different consulting firms, and every one of them had many graduates from the Sonoma State Geology Department. I currently work for the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, and there in my units, 40% of the units I work in are Sonoma State Geology. I think eliminating the department is a irreversible action for a very transient condition. And well, I just got to stop, so thank you very much.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Finn Hutchison. I'm an art history student, and I'm late for work. There's a whole lot to say, and I'm going to skip a lot of it because everybody can give you the numbers. Only I can give you my story. The art history department is very small. We only have 2 full-time faculty members, and neither of them could be here today. One is sick and one is out of office. I would like to fight for them. My entire life, I knew I wanted to pursue art and art history, and everybody told me that it was stupid because I can't make money. Everyone, including my friends, family, partners, everybody, except my professors, who really stood by me and made me feel like I was worth something. And now for my own university to tell me that my entire department is not worth funding is a spit in the face, and I'm sure a lot of other departments can feel that as well. I'd like to thank you for showing up today and for offering your help. I want to make sure that you guys don't overlook the arts and the art history department specifically because we are so small, and I appreciate the help coming forward. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Matty Mukherjee, laid-off geology professor. I'm not going to talk about how important geology is to this community because I think some other people are going to make that comment for me, so I'm going to talk a little bit about numbers. As the president mentioned, we did have a meeting with her this week, and we came up with a plan to save $185,000. So we make the university money, we can make the university even more money. Another thing, we have almost $1 million worth of equipment invested in our department, equipment that would just get binned if you eliminate our department. So please don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Remember, we are growing. Just as Mr. Rogers said, we are a growing department and we are serving this community. So please advocate for SSU Geology. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Sherrod, and I'm a first-year college student and a first-generation college student. It took me 4 years to choose this It took me 4 years to choose this university, and it took you 4 months to flip my life upside down. My only question is, what will SSU or the CSU system do to help me transfer so I can continue my higher education? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jackson Kaiser. I'm a resident of Lake County and a father of 2 young children. Sonoma State University offered me an opportunity to continue my education and return to school and seek a better future for myself and my family that would not be available if this department weren't here, which was the reason I came here. But once I arrived, I found an incredibly supportive department and incredibly dedicated faculty that has helped me to grow and get through this. And sorry. That's.
Hi there. My name is Scott Horstein. I teach in theater arts and dance. I've been here for 17 years. I was fortunate, along with my honored colleagues, to also receive the Excellent in Teaching Award 1 year, and my department has been cut. I've been laid off. Really grateful for your time and engagement. I'll just say briefly about my own department. Theater arts and dance is an essential part of this university. Hundreds of students see a dance concert or play for the first time in their lives here and are transformed by it. Our graduates teach your children across the county in K through 12 in dance studios. Our graduates are mortgage compliance consultants for Fortune 500 companies, management positions in wineries. We teach critical thinking, communication, team building, and yes, creativity. We are adaptable and flexible and willing to be part of a solution. It's so heartening to hear talk about planning and how we can all have this conversation further together. I just wanted to mention that just the next few weeks are actually quite critical. There's application deadlines, tuition deposits, housing deposits, financial aid deadlines. Things are happening right now. If there is any additional assistance in addition to everything that you're already talking about and doing that can help all of us have this conversation in the next couple weeks, I'd be grateful. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Carly Scott. I'm a double history major and a GEP major. And even though none of my majors are directly being cut, they're still facing heavy cuts. I'm losing many of my professors, and the history department already doesn't have very many professors as it is. But I'm hurt because I don't know if I can trust this university anymore. I'm scared. If this university closes, I don't know where I will go. Every time I walk into my classes, it doesn't feel the same as it has in the past. My professors joke about not having a job next semester, but we all know that joke is a reality. People are sad and people are worried. This is a university where people come for higher education. How can people get a higher education if their program is gone? Sonoma State is special, and it makes me so happy that there are people here in this room who are committed to saving this university. Legislators, thank you so much for listening to us and trying to bring us justice. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victoria Weidhauser, and I'm a third-year political science major, and I'm the daughter of a United States Navy combat veteran, and my brother has actually just graduated basic training for the United States Army. While my department is not being directly cut, we are being merged with the history department, and many of our lecturers are being let go and not having their contracts renewed. What I've found as I've looked through this is a disgusting lack of transparency, as has often been said throughout this. What I've thought as I've gone through this and tried to find any sense of numbers that I work through with political science, we covered the ballot measures in the last election, tracking down exact funding requirements, who was funding them, and what they were doing. I have not found any of that in all of my time looking at these budget cuts. If I were to turn this in to any of my professors, and especially one who is no longer here, Robert McNamara, he would bluntly tell me, where is the data? They would ask, where are the things? What are you saying? There's nothing to be said here, and that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm David Mischel, and I am a parent, high school teacher, and resident of Sonoma County. I'm just here to please argue against these cuts, proposed cuts that's going to harm the North Bay and Sonoma County in general. So many students, high school students, I can only speak for high school students, go to Sonoma State because it's the local university. There's athletics, there's everything that they can do, and now so many of the kids right now who could potentially go next year kind of don't know what's happening here at the university. So I just implore you to please intervene either with funding, with a mandate for an effective and viable solution to the budget deficit, or intervene to remove the administration that is responsible for the mismanagement of all these funds. The faculty and the students aren't responsible for this, so please try to help them any way you can. Remember, CSU is the people of the California. It's their university, so please do everything you can to help stop these cuts. Thank you.
Hello, I am Alina Matchett, a engineering student who proudly wears my calculator on my hip from Virginia, out of state. I came here on purpose due to the quality of instruction, the quality of facilities, and the amazing culture that this university has, all of which are directly affected by the cuts. Cuts that have been black boxed by the administration and especially the president, who has insultingly described them as it is the way that it is because it is the way that it is. On behalf of the community, I ask for clear documentation that not only covers just the data itself, but also the analysis behind it. And the rationale behind a lot of these decisions. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo estamos? I'm Robert Traina. I'm professor of Spanish here in my 23rd year at Sonoma State. And the proposed cuts would reduce our Spanish program's faculty by 33%, leaving us really with not enough faculty to be able to do the important work we do. And I want to remind everybody that Spanish is foundational in the lives of so many of our students, and particularly as a Hispanic serving institution, but just beyond that, what we do in Spanish, and maybe we have to say this again and again, what we do is foundational because we serve students mostly who are first-generation college students, most of whom are children of immigrants or immigrants themselves, and most of whom are Latinx. And we're going to do this. We have to do this work. We want to work with Sonoma State and with all our community partners to be able to have these these bilingual professionals to work in all these fields of healthcare and education and science and so on. So please, we need your support.
Hi, thank you. I'm Owen Amundsen, Associate Professor in the Department of Geology. I am being laid off. But the fact that my son will be born the day after I'm laid off, or the fact that we live 2 miles away from easily the most dangerous fault in the entire Bay Area is beside the point. It comes down to money. And just like with climate change, of course, it'll no longer be offered by our department anymore. You have to hit this from all angles. And Senator McGuire, you were on the right track. You started to say $6 million here, $3 million there. Where do we find the money? We have to stop the current cuts. You have to restore trust within the community, and then you have a room full of hundreds of recruiters. You have all these people that are energized to save this university, but I think it has to start at stopping the current cuts and reframing this conversation and finding a better path forward.
Hi. I moved to California when I was 18 years old so that I could take care of my dying father. It was always his dream that his son could get his degree, and one day, when I was putting him to bed, he apologized that he got in the way of that. Part of the reason that we moved, well, the main reason me and him both moved to Rohnert Park was so that I could go to this university. I could get my education. Now, my father died 7 months ago now, and I really struggled last semester. And this semester was supposed to be my fresh start, only for all this to happen, and my major got cut. I'm lucky in that I'm being offered to teach out, but it's been a month now, and I have no idea what that plan is even supposed to look like. And to be honest, I have little confidence that the leadership of this school can provide anything worth having. Transferring isn't financially viable. I can't afford to live and study at any other school. This university serves a lot of low-income, first-generation students like me. And for a lot of us, we have nowhere else to go. Thank you.
I'm Jessica Rainsmeyer, a geology student at SSU, transferred from Santa Rosa Junior College, and this is my second bachelor's degree. I'm funding my education all by myself, and SSU is my only option as a Sonoma County resident. As Emily Kucher said earlier, in the last 4 years, SSU has had repeated cuts, yet there's been no significant focus on recruitment. As we have seen, cuts only hurt enrollment. I speak from the geology department, where my professors took their own initiative and outreach, like Maddie Mukherjee connecting with my professor at SRJC, which ultimately brought me here. Making more cuts will only harm the school further. You can take a tour of the Darwin Hall, where the chemistry department only has one faculty member overseeing the labs in the stock rooms. Cuts have damaged facilities, materials, and the quality of education for all majors. This isn't just about balancing the budget. There are real impacts on the students and the community and the faculties. We need solutions, not more cuts. And just one last thing, the email where they said everything is on the table also promised to minimize the effects on students and faculty. They are the ones that are most affected. Thank you for my time.
Hi, my name is Aisha Mendonça, and I'm an alum who graduated from Sonoma State in December 2024 with a degree in philosophy and women and gender studies. While I was not directly impacted by the budget deficits, the community that has shaped my success was, and that is appalling. I'm here today to advocate for my brilliant professors, mentors, and peers who are responsible for my every achievement, connecting me to career and academic opportunities, faculty at other institutions to continue my education, and most importantly, the support, encouragement, and belief in my abilities that kept me in school despite facing continuous discrimination and the devaluation of my work as a woman of color. I'm here today because philosophy and gender studies matter. My time at Sonoma State not only prepared me for my career and personal growth, but also helped cultivate me as an informed and engaged citizen in those supposed democracy on both local and national levels. It would be a grave mistake to eliminate these departments, especially as we look toward a future that increasingly involves technological development and AI, as Emily mentioned earlier. Actually, one of my most formative experiences at SSU was working under Dr. John Sullins, studying the ethics of AI being deployed in military context, funded by the Department of Defense.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Anthony Wright, and I am a lecturer in the philosophy department, and I teach critical thinking and teach public speaking. I stand before you to ask you for our voice. Philosophy is the founding department of higher education. I'm glad to be a philosopher because I can be, whatever happens here, I can be philosophical about it. But philosophy department in this school is a net earner for this campus. Do you remember the first time that you had a breakthrough about thinking through evidence? My job is to challenge the gods and to corrupt the students by assisting them to become independent thinkers and with moral character. So let us focus on abundance and the sacred vessel that we are in. And I've just learned that the teach out for the students that are have more than 60 units are going to be online courses only. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Kit Walker, and I am a queer, trans, disability student here at SSU. As the SSU Administration Board was chastised today for this crisis in leadership, I am not alone in asking for greater transparency in the decisions regarding this university's leadership, which have contributed to its administrative instability. Is it true that under Mike Lee's presidency, SSU saw greater numbers of international exchange students? And if so, why was he removed? And what were the factors considered in his removal? What considerations are being made to prevent something like this happening again in the future? Thank you.
Greetings, I'm Dr. Justin Lipp. I'm the director of the Campus Center for Teaching and Educational Technology. I think I occupy somewhat of a unique perspective on the campus from the standpoint that we help to support and serve the faculty in the educational mission of the university. They're providing professional development programming, support for online education, classroom support, and all number of other things. I wanted to kind of just take a second to talk a little bit about my experience here over the last 9 years, since coming here from 2016 from UC Berkeley. While not being previously with the Cal State system, I was really impressed with the educational mission of the place. That's really what brought me here. For each of the last 9 years, we've seen repeated rounds of budget reductions across departments. I want to talk about our folks in IT who have lost more than half of their staff in that period of time, and now they're taking another huge cut. And I unfortunately heard, the brain drain is a real thing that is starting to happen here. I've heard from a number of faculty colleagues who are anticipating leaving, colleagues who are in talented technical roles who are leaving, including a member of my team who unfortunately let me know about her resignation this evening. So this spiral is starting to affect public education on the West Coast in ways it had previously on the East Coast. And the state really needs to consider its priorities in terms of its investment at this moment in time, and how we prioritize public funding for education, top to bottom, K through 16 and beyond. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Bousquet. I'm a second-year music and theater double major. I've held off on sharing my story until this point because, frankly, I feel guilty. I have access to a lot of resources that I realize so many of my fellow students do not have access to. And even with those resources, I am struggling to find an option that doesn't result in me getting half an education. I can choose to stay and abandon the pursuit of theater in an academic setting altogether, or I can transfer and abandon every connection I've made in this area thus far, which is so important in a theater degree. And before I wrap up, I would also like to touch on the Teach Out program, which has only just been mentioned for the first time in the few people ahead of me. The Teach Out program has been very loosely communicated with us and is almost not even an option due to so much uncertainty. And as a tech theater major, a vast majority of my credits don't come from classes, but hands-on experience running the tech aspect of the school shows. And I would like to know how they plan on replacing those credits with the Teach Out program when we have no knowledgeable faculty left and no shows. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Katie Arnett, an openly queer and severely disabled student. I'm a third-year majoring in English, art studios, and until a few weeks ago, I was debating getting a minor in queer studies. But given on January 22nd, I was given the news that all 3 of these programs are affected, and there's only 1 week left to transfer into any of these other Cal State schools, and that most things in the CSU system are already closed. Since then, I've watched both my communities start to fall apart, numerous friends break down, and on many days, I'm barely able to keep it to myself. Every semester, I drive 500 miles, which is 10 hours on a good day, for a community I've come to love. And while SSU may still be here, these cuts means that community won't be. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Hannah Hellman, and I am an SSU English MA grad, and I now work at a grant-funded org here on campus. Despite my organization drawing no real funds from SSU, in fact, we give millions to the school as part of an agreement that is normative of grant-funded orgs on college campuses. 2 of our staff were delivered layoff notices. That is 25% of my department, which just last year won $7.9 million from the Department of Education's EIR program. I would like an answer for how their names were added to the layoff list when their work helps us bring millions in federal funding. I would like to echo my associate director's terror that without these people, we cannot continue to.
Student here on the women's soccer team, her name is Maya Gutierrez Zamudio. As a parent, I own a home, I pay taxes, and I pay my daughter's entire tuition. Now, she gets a $2,000 scholarship. President Gutierrez, that's not enough to keep her here. I would expect to have been engaged and told of the dire financial challenge at Sonoma State much sooner, not have been expected to learn of it in one town hall of which I was not invited as a parent. Though you're saying it'll take more than 1 meeting to come up with this plan. 1 town hall is not enough. How can you cut the university in this way through that 1 town hall that nobody was invited to? You must have a concept of a plan, and we know how that's gone down at a federal level. This is Sonoma State. This is a jewel. Here are my asks. The approach at Sonoma State cannot be taken at any other CSU. We need your help. Engage the community in all planning. I'm a taxpayer. I demand that, and I demand you allow us to speak. Reinstate the cuts here at Sonoma State. I was assessed a $30 late fee for not paying my daughter's tuition. I didn't know if I was going to pull her out and bring her back home because I think it's important to note My freshman student was a freshman in high school in March of 2020. We know what happened then. Her mental health, once again, is impacted, and I didn't know if I was gonna have to pull her home, so I didn't pay my housing and tuition on time. And now I'm faced with $30 penalty fees, which could put peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on her table for a week. I also asked, please, legislature, if we can include a parent. I think it would be helpful, especially if you're gonna have future Board of Trustees hearings, because I think it's important to include our perspective in the lack of communication that has happened and continues to happen. And I ask President Couture, please, like a famous Spears once said, oops, I did it again. We all have missteps. Please acknowledge the misstep and have some little bit more empathy. And Chancellor, I know you're probably watching. I hope you take this message in too. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mary Barsoni. I'm a PhD physicist from Caltech. And currently in my retirement, I'm with the American Association of University Women. And we run a program here, a summer program called Tech Trek that's been going on at this campus for 20 years. And I'm very strongly advocating to not eliminate the physics and astronomy department. And our STEM camp here on campus goes for 1 week, and it's middle school girls from all over Northern California. And there are 90 campers each summer, so that's like 1,800 girls that have been impacted. They are taught by women, engineers, physicists, mathematicians, and obviously they're from this area. Sonoma State is where they would come, some of them, to study. You cannot eliminate all the departments that we're introducing and encouraging them to come to. Thank you.
David Adler, 2006, 2009 baseball alum, product of Coach Gills. Sonoma State saved my life. He was the father figure I wish I had. He was one of the first people I called when my mom passed away after I graduated. My credentials live in the wolves' den above Section 118. I have some solutions for the members up there, but they'll be quick. I didn't see that. I didn't see what that was. Applications aren't down. We only have a 2% out-of-state population that we can make changes. The board can change tuition to lower to match in-state tuition. We could do something like that. But ultimately, I wanted to address Emily. I've been in leadership for over 10 years. Adults 18 to 25. And while I don't work here, these are my students. I've lived by 2 principles as a leader. So goes the leader, so goes the rest. And the time is always right to do what is right. And lastly, how do you want your legacy to be remembered? You can still save SSU. And I also met my wife here, but she married someone else. Thank you.
How do you follow that? My name is Thomas. You know me. Forgive me. This is about inspiration. Many inspiring people here. It's about jobs, and it's about replacing the seniors like me. And I was sitting next to Jake over there, and there's a lot of other seniors that are going to have to be replaced. And I love Professor Eiler. I know him personally and academically, and he talked about 23,000 jobs over 10 years, and that's 2.3% jobs over 10 years, and the retirements are 10 to 20 times that. 10 to 20 times that per year, okay? So he didn't talk about that. So do forgive me. There's 600,000 students a year entering high school, 440,000 graduating, 160,000. They could come here. But you're still forgetting about the other, because there's only 140,000 that matriculate into the university, so that's 450,000 students that don't go to university. There's a couple each year. Each year. Why? This isn't the solution exactly. There's a lot of people, there are a lot of solutions. I'm not criticizing anyone that's here. There are opportunities out there, and I want to send an email, please. 27 years ago, I was involved in the Sonoma County Economic Development 2020 plan. There were 5 elements: smart train, an engineering school that came here, and internet training. 2 things that didn't get in there. 3 did, 2 didn't. Environmental education and tourism and demographics regarding housing. Those didn't get in that plan. So there are things in here. I want to encourage you. Insurance, actuarial science, huge. There's bioscience, electronic science, computer science. They've grown. The other sciences have withered in that. And so please look at what I'm going to send you. Please do. And thank you very much for having us.
Good evening. My name is Michael Cullinane. I'm the chapter of the local CSEU chapter and a 21-year employee of the library. Been on this campus long enough to have become deeply cynical. However, your presence here today and the voices that I've heard have put a great dent in that, and my thanks to you all for that, very much. I fail to see how we solve a decrease in enrollment by decreasing enrollment. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I have 2 specific asks. One is, please pause these cuts and pause them soon, because the first of the people that are going to be let go are going to be let go on March 23rd. Those are my members. And the second is, please, please do a comprehensive audit of the CSU system and their management practices. They are not using this funding correctly, and it's not going where it needs to go, and it needs to stop. Thank you.
Hello, Josh Sterling here. I'm a wealth strategist. I have the luxury of working with some of the wealthiest people in our community. I've sat on the Estate Planning Council. I run business organizations, and this is mind-blowing to me what's going on right now. But what I really am is I'm an alumni. I was a player as a Cossack on the men's soccer team, played in NCAAs. I was a coach alongside this man winning a national championship in 2002. I'm a high school coach. I'm in the community. And while there's a lot of people here that know the community, I know this community. And I want to tell you guys and the current administration, the Save Seawolves Athletics, we're not against anything. We're here as a resource for you guys. We should have been talked to long ago. It's okay. You put us down. We're down 1-0. It's late in the game. We fight back all the time. You should have came to us in the beginning, but we can fight back now, and we're on your side, and we're going to bring sports back here, and we're going to help bring back all the other academics because we can do it. Now, I have one quick idea. With all the athletes leaving, 250 so athletes, because by the way, no one's going to stay here if you're an athlete. They're going to leave. So 250 people are going to leave out the door. Okay, 130 of them, and this is quick math, did live on campus. So now we're going to have 130 people that pay somewhere between $10,000, $12,000, $20,000 leaving. That's revenue lost. I'm in finance, so I understand how that works. What if we actually start to do what other campuses do and say, why don't we make our members stay on 2? Why don't we talk to the athletic department? Are they willing to have their athletes stay on for 4 years? That's called reoccurring revenue. That's something that's really cool in business. So some ideas. I want to also say, before this man speaks here before, he's a father figure for me, and that's what coaches are for people. That's what teachers are for people. You don't cut them by email.
Hi, I want to thank you for being here so much. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Birch. I'm a full professor here. I'm chair of the Communication Studies Department, and I'm a member of the Academic Senate. I've been here for 26 years, and I know these faculty. They should not be fired. There is so much talent here in the state of California. should not lose that talent. I've never seen the campus in this state of affairs. I want to say that cutting the faculty and programs and students is immoral, unethical, but also as a comms expert, I want to say that it's a PR crisis. So whatever's intended is not now going to happen. The problem is you're going to lose people. And you're going to lose people like me, a constituent you are actually accountable to if I send my child to the CSU. I'm a parent, which is actually my most important job. As a parent, I have to think about what to do next with my child who was at the JC. I was going to send her here. But guess what? Now I'm shopping. I'm shopping. So if the cut remains, I won't give the CSU my money. Why would I? I don't know if her program's going to be here next year, the year after that. It's too unstable. So I'm asking you, please, to hold the CSU responsible for this debacle of the faculty and the students and the parents of California being impacted in this incredibly insulting way. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marcus Zemer. I'm the men's soccer coach. Very proud of my alumni for obvious reasons. They're what's behind, along with other coaches, the Save Seawolf Athletic program, and very proud of them, and you can see why. I also have to give a shout out to David Adler. He sold himself short. He was a national Golden Glove winner. That's why he has a banner up in the gym. So very emotional speech, but it's great. Just a couple things. I've spoken to a lot of your aides, and I met with Chris Rogers and spoken to a lot of people. And there's just a couple things that I want to say. 10 years ago, this was a thriving university. We were called Public Ivy. We had 9,500 students. We had the dorms were full. We had 10 applications for every student. We were making money on applications. There was a waiting list on the dorms. President Sakaki was hired, and she came in, and she pulled the recruiters from Southern California. I won't get into the reasons, but she pulled the recruiters from Southern California, and she wanted to go more local, and it obviously didn't work. Whoever was in charge, the cabinet, the board of trustees, the chancellors, the governor at the time, why would you let, we were Public Ivy, we had taken out loans to build 3,000 beds on campus, which were a huge moneymaker. Why would you let somebody go to a more local money? It's obviously a huge mistake. It's malpractice. Let her go to a more local, and now we have 1,000 students living on campus. My wife and I sold our house. I live on campus because we have really nice apartments. We get an A+ in college niche. I've run national coaching clinics here, and people rave about the dorms. It's unbelievable. We were in 2012. We were voted. Publication had us as the 34th most beautiful campus in the country. We still are. It's a beautiful campus. Walk around. It's unbelievable. We're in a destination spot. People come from all over the world to come here. Wine country, beer country, food, hiking, the coast. We're an hour from San Francisco. I have a hard time reading. Okay, just give me one more minute. But so there's been a series of bad policy decisions that have led to this. The last 3 years, I hate to call people out. Chico State soccer coach during COVID told me about a program up there. Each coach took 100 names of students who had been admitted to Chico but hadn't paid a deposit and committed, and the coaches did what they do best, and they recruited them. We've offered for 3 years. My athletic director right here has offered. I've offered personally. For 3 years, we've offered to do that as the coaches, and we weren't taken up on it. If we could have recruited 100 students, that's an incredible income. So this is on the past administration, the current administration for making decisions which I don't think make sense. Hopefully we can reconsider. But it's on you guys to make us whole again, because you guys over the last 10 years were not providing proper oversight and let this place be run into the ground. So I hope you guys, first of all, and also thank you for being here. And the fact that you're here and not making us everybody go to Sacramento speaks volumes. Appreciate you guys. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi. I was doing a count so I wouldn't follow Coach Marcus, but my name's Kasha Tria, and I'm an alumni. My major was psychology, and my minor was women and gender studies. Some of you know me. I used to not be able to speak in front of people. I would freeze up and have a panic attack. Velma and Charlene, who were my professors in women's and gender studies, taught me how to speak in front of people. They would stand by me while I gave my speeches. I learned for the first time in a geology class that I took my brother to, who I was watching at the time. He was like 7 and he loved dinosaurs. So I took a geology class as an undergrad, as an elective, so I could learn about it. That's the first time I heard that dinosaurs were birds now. Okay? I graduated in 2002. Okay, so I thought that was super rad. I also learned how to handle my panic by volunteering to be in shows for people who were doing their music majors, and they needed just random people to like do random things. And so I did. I volunteered for that, and that helped with my ability to not panic. So even though my degree is not being affected here, but my heart degree is, and all the other programs that made me who I am today are. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dino Ortega. I'm a political science student here at Sonoma State. In light of the current constitutional crisis our nation is currently in light of the ongoing dissolution of the liberal international rules-based global order and the rise of the far right across the world, the ongoing destruction of my university, our university, and the CSU system is deeply troubling. As a Sonoma County local, I made a decision early on in my college career or high school career to attend Sonoma State because I wanted to do my part in strengthening, participating in, and empowering my community. The fact that President Pro Tempore of the California State Senate, Mike McGuire, graduated from Sonoma State was further inspiration, truly, to attend Sonoma State. It made me proud to be a part of Sonoma County. I have read that during the subcommittee hearings, usually held in March, the California State Legislature has its broadest discussion of budget alternatives and makes many changes to the governor's original proposed budget. You can see here that it is the general will of the people that keep Sonoma State and our other CSUs funded. We know other CSUs are in lots of debt, like SF State and Sacramento State, and we know they're next on the chopping block. I truly implore you to use all of your political capital and people-granted legislative power to reverse these proposed budget cuts, and if Gavin Newsom tries to push through his proposed cuts via a line item veto or some other legislative mechanism, please, for the people, resist him. Thank you.
My name is Tom Isaac. I've spent my adult life in various leadership environments. I sure appreciate you three guys hanging in here like you are and that you're doing this at all. But I was assistant to the president here. I was CIO in the state assembly. I ran majority consultants. So I've seen a lot of leaders. And I'm afraid that bureaucratic procedure may result in yet another interim president after Dr. Coutrer, who's apparently here only till the end of the year. And I think it would be a tremendous mistake if, for whatever bureaucratic reasons, the Chancellor's office didn't pursue, even though it's a hard environment to attract candidates into because things are a little frustrated and confused. I think it's essential that we, as soon as possible, have committed, permanent leadership in the president's office at this university to see us through this and beyond. I think it's going to be very hard otherwise.
Hello, my name is Max Tarshis. I'm a third-year political science major, and since I was a teenager, I've had aspirations of being a lawyer, and I can confidently say that the most helpful resource I've ever had in my life to attaining that goal was through the philosophy department's LSAT preparation course. It provided me a connection with Professor Sinrod, who not only has worked within administration, like within admissions within law schools, but also provided excellent resources for preparing for the LSAT. He even brought in ex-students of his who are incredibly successful law students, one of them who, if they did not take the philosophy class, would have never even dreamed of going to law school. I plead that you use all your power to keep all the proposed budget cuts from being implemented, and I thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Harding, and I'm a first-year student and an English major.
2 days before the email came out, I was giving a tour to my cousin who was considering Sonoma State University. My cousin is no longer, as far as I'm aware, thinking of coming here because every major that they were considering was being cut. I've had wonderful classes in my first semester here, and I can see many of my professors in the crowd, some of which are being cut and some of which are thankfully not being cut. But Sonoma State is a great university and does not deserve to have their education being cut like this. And I thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Jess Steemack. I'm the assistant men's and women's golf coach here. It's my third year here. I grew up in the area, graduated from Montgomery High School, also a CSU product from Chico State. First of all, thank you, panel, for being here and listening and engaging with us. This is a welcome change for us faculty on campus. Athletics is your best recruiting department. Not only the coaches, but the players who advertise this university year-round in the area, their hometown, with their friends, and on social media. To the administration, in the reckless manner these cuts were announced, with lack of data and transparency provided, I highly doubt you would be signing off on these proposed cuts if you were in the beginning of your career versus where you all are. Please let us be part of the solution, because I promise you, we are not the problem. With the reversal of cuts, we can turn all this negative publicity into a positive and immediately garner a much-needed enrollment increase immediately. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allison DeStasio. Throughout my entire life, I've chosen extracurricular activities that have balanced the thin line of being cut and defunded. I am currently a third-year student in the Hutchins program, where since the first day of classes, I was told that the school had been fighting against us. With these budget cuts, or with these budget deficits, I have once again slipped by and am still able to continue doing what I love with the people I love. But I did not come out unscathed. Out of our combined 11 professors and lecturers, 5 of some of the best educators have been told that they are out of a job after serving our campus for numerous years. I am scared for the future of my program since we have had to fight tooth and nail since we were first established. We now only have 6 educators who are tasked to teach the entire program now. Who knows what the graduation timeline will look like, since 6 people can only do so much per semester. Thank you.
My name is Melissa Larios, and I'm a first-generation college student with parents who didn't even achieve elementary level education. I currently wake up every day in fear, wondering whether or not my family is going to be here tomorrow, and now I wake up with an added fear of whether or not my school is going to be here. Though I would love to transfer to a school that's willing to invest in its students, I simply can't afford it. And I'm here to advocate for other students whose parents have sacrificed their entire lives to just be standing in this room right now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Edward Duran, and I am an English major here at SSU. I have lived in Sonoma County for my entire life. This is my home. When I toured SSU in freshman year of high school, I knew this was the only college I would ever go to. This is the only place I could truly belong. I am transgender and Mexican. I have never felt more seen and respected in my entire life than I have here on this campus. And I know for a fact that I belong here, but our current administration doesn't. Yes.
Yes, hello. My name is Sakina Bryant, and I'm a lecturer for 15 years in the departments of English and Philosophy, with 11 years in our academic senate. I'm a past winner of the Excellence in Teaching Award at this university, and much more. I took 17 years to finish my BA from SRJC first, and then from SSU, this university, because of economic reasons as a then single working mother who was battling cancer. That was followed by 4 years in our English MA program. So I'm a testament of what this university can, in fact, produce from a now-cut program which creates countless other members of this region that's poised to lead to exponential brain drain with this loss. One faculty cut is not one faculty member cut. It is the foreclosure of the possibility of every single future student for all perpetuity. In my case, this number's in the thousands of students that I have taught, who have great dreams and potentials, often greater than my own as one professor. And while I'm likely to be cut in the fall, my horror is not for myself, but for all of my students past and future who aspire. Please end the cuts and stop our inevitable pipeline to the workforce and legacy of future McDonald managers and other jobs that I once held myself due to no other alternatives. These cuts are sickness and madness and will be impossible to redact. And in fall, given the numbers that I hear, it will be about 70% of all students. These are humans, dreams, and not numbers. And as an alumna, I should know. Let us help you however we can as a community. And let us end the proposed, not finalized, Sonoma State slaughter.
Hi, my name is Haley Ledesma, and I transferred to SSU last fall as a first-generation college student who chose SSU on the promise of joining a small liberal studies college with the backing of the entire CSU system. I feel disappointed and lied to. I was told that this was I was told that with the backing of the Cal State system, the small SSU campus would greatly benefit. What are the points of reserves if in the moment of need, the university will not use them? While my Hutchins program was not cut, my professors have been. On the first day of my spring classes, my professor announced that she was fired by email and still put a smile on her face and promised to make her last class at SSU the best. I moved from Southern California to attend a university that promised a future to me. While my program was not directly cut, I can imagine there are other students who made similar life changes, including moving far from their support system to get what was promised to be a unique liberal studies program. I am heartbroken as I watch my friends, professors, and colleagues lose their futures over email. While I only have a year left at SSU, knowing the life-altering changes the administration made behind closed doors and announced conveniently once the semester had started still makes me concerned by the short time I have left at SSU. Please support us any way you can. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Isaac Russo, and I'm an engineering geologist at the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board and a graduate of the SSU Geology program. As my colleague David Fowler mentioned, 40% of our staff in our unit are SSU Geology graduates, and that's not including all the environmental scientists and biologists and other graduates of SSU. Cutting the geology program closes off a vital hiring pipeline for us and will hinder our ability to protect the waters of the state for wildlife and the people of California. The geology department may be small, but it punches way above its weight, both academically and in how it prepares you for your career in geology. I think these cuts are short-sighted and misguided, and I urge you to put a halt to them until the administration comes up with a real plan. And thank you all for staying so late.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Esteemed panel of legislators and to my fellow audience members, thank you for being here today. I will keep this short and succinct because I know that it's quite late and you've spent half a day here with us, so thank you for that. You're doing, honestly, more than the current administration has done for this university at this point, so a heartfelt thank you to you guys. To introduce myself, hi, my name is Ash. I am double majoring in business and economics. Since I got to this university in the fall of 2023, I've wanted to leave. I saw how the administration was running the university, and I felt a deep desire to leave because I felt that my career prospects were being held back. I've stayed for 2 years because of the faculty here, because of the friends that I've made. The faculty here are inspirational people who have just made me believe that there is value that I can get from being in this university versus transferring somewhere else. The opportunity for me to transfer somewhere else was also taken away, which, you know, I'm glad to be here, but the opportunity to transfer away was taken away in such a gross manner, which we won't address. We'll leave it there. So please, I hope you realize how disappointing it is for the current administration I hope you realize just how disappointing it is for all of us to watch what you're doing. The lack of transparency is going to set a precedence at the other CSUs, and I really hope that whatever is happening now can be stopped before it becomes too much, too big to handle. I do have 2 points to address in terms of suggestions. One is with the teach-out plans. So the teach-out plans are essentially to ensure that the students who are over 60 units can complete their degrees. And the way that it's been addressed to us, which is very vague, is it doesn't make any sense. The students who are above 60 units need 300 and 400 level classes, which requires the teachings of professors who specialize in these courses. For example, Florence Bouvet, she's a professor who specializes in international economic development. I can't go to a JC, I can't go to a intermediate or general microeconomics, macroeconomics class and learn that. I need the specialty of these professors. So for the administration to suggest that I should be able to just complete my degree in an online manner, it doesn't ensure that I get the quality education I was promised with the money that I'm paying to this university. I also want to address the point of small classes, small class availabilities, especially within the business department, and I'm sure within the other majors as well. I've noticed a trend where there is a smaller number of classes and a smaller class size available to students, and just to add on to the points of what everyone else has been saying, that is just going to perpetuate further decrease in enrollment. So please keep that in mind. I hope that's one point you consider while you're making amends to the mess that's happening right now. Thank you for letting me go over time. I will leave this here.
So just a quick note, it looks like we're kind of wrapping up in the lines. Why don't we just say everyone who's now in line we'll hear from. Okay, great.
Excellent. Hello, my name is Adam Amjadi. I'm a first-year grad student of English. I'll make my comments brief. Many have already spoken about the fact that it is counterintuitive to cut programs that might make students interested in SSU during an admissions crisis. I'm not here to comment about that. I'd instead like to speak of what this school means to all of us, myself included. Sonoma State University is a vital four-year option for local prospective college students. It provides many of them with the opportunity to commute without having to pay for campus housing, which can be costly. I chose this school explicitly because it was close to my hometown. It is also a beloved and integral part of the surrounding area, and indeed the pride of our county, academically speaking. In my time here, I have felt what it means to be a part of something greater than myself. I have taken classes both for Gen Ed and in English that have made me a more conscientious citizen, not just of America, but of the world. Sociology with Dr. Deborah Paterniti, Chicano and Latino Studies with Dr. Silvio Soto, English with Dr. Brantley Bryant and Chingling Wo and Tim Wandling, all of whom are in the audience now. They have taught me to look at the world differently. They have taught me to reckon with what we are doing to the world in times like these. There are so many others I could list, but then this list would be too long. I have laughed and have cried and have done so as a sea wolf, not just as Adam, writer-to-be and California resident. I humbly and respectfully call upon you to do whatever is in your power to extend a helping hand in our time of need. We need you now more than ever. Thank you for being here and listening.
Hello, my name is Ronnie Washburn, and I am a first-year biology student here at SSU, and I just want to say first and foremost that I think these cuts were made in a sloppy fashion. You cannot just look at the numbers and not look at the surrounding context. You need to have that context in order to inform your decisions. Not only that, but while people do, I guess the people in the administration would assume that the budget cuts would only affect the students that are in those majors. They will not. According to a small little survey that I did, around 2/3 of the students at SSU are in a class that is affected by the budget cuts. And as a final little note, I just want to ask, how would these cuts, rephrase from the email, how would these cuts align with the CSU's career-focused mission of producing graduates ready to contribute to California's economy, culture, in schools, and continue to be a major force for economic, environmental, and social progress in the North Bay and beyond when you cut most of those programs? Thank you.
Brendan Malm.
winery owner, Sonoma County, graduate, SSU, from economics. So Rob Eiler I was actually on one of his first classes that he taught here. So it goes back a ways. The whole reason I was here is because of athletics. So Marcus Ziemer, one of the best, and he's touched so many lives. And it's just sad. If you go to an alumni game, you get a shirt. It has every single player that ever played. Has all the years. You could grab anybody off that list, and they'll all say the same thing. Without athletics, we would have never been here, Sonoma State. Now, I have a business. I actually look at Sonoma State athletics as great intern opportunity. I know that they're going to be on time, they're going to be hardworking, and they're definitely employable. So there's a lot of things that go on besides Sonoma State, but I think some of the financial stuff, maybe we should have our internal economics department look at it, right? They might be able to fix it. Anyways, hopefully you can save them both. I'm happy to help. I have some opportunities to give back, and would love to do so. So, thanks.
Hello, my name is Stephanie. I'm a queer psychology major. I'm not out to my parents, so hopefully they aren't watching a live stream. At Sonoma State, I've been able to find community and support from professors that I've not been able to find in my own home. I'm not part of the WNGS department, but the department contributes to the safety that I feel on campus. Last semester, there was an anti-trans guest speaker on campus, and the Women and Gender Studies department gathered students to respectfully protest the event. I wish you could have felt what I felt standing with about 50-ish other students in the cold evening, both allies and other members of the LGBT community. Women and Gender Studies help create that community and continue to do so every day. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Arya Mochar. I'm sorry if I stumble. I'm a nervous speaker, but the only reasons I have the confidence to come up at all is because I've gained here at SSU. I'm a studio art student speaking on behalf of my friends and classmates in the Bachelor of Fine Arts program. This is a small program primarily operated out of already existing art classes that helps give art students a greatly needed advantage in a highly competitive job market. And I just wanted to ask our administration, how did cutting this program help this school in any way in a time where supporting the arts is more important than ever? Thank you.
Hi, I'm returning here to speak again because I cut myself short to allow everyone else to speak here, and as the final person speaking, I'll try to keep my comments brief to not take up too much of your time. I wanted to mention that as a third-year student, I'm actually ahead of the schedule because of my studies of German, and I was looking into the Masters of Public Administration here to continue my education. That is no longer an option. I will have to go back to Southern California, where I come from and where I commute 8 hours every semester just to get to this campus. I will not be able to come here for a master's if they continue with these cuts. On top of that, political science, though not being directly affected, we are losing our lecturers. With that, that means that our tenured professors are going to have to teach every single GE course that is required for everyone here. They all have to take political science. They will have to teach that. They cannot provide the unique things that are needed for political science graduates and undergraduates. On top of that, the combination with the history department will lead to whoever has to chair this dual department being unprepared to deal with one of the two, and it will force students to be talking with faculty who just do not know their programs. That is all. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your evening.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. We really, thank you. So to everyone who took the time to come to speak, our panelists, such a huge thank you. You know, our goal really was to come here and hear directly from those most impacted by these decisions and these proposed cuts. There's going to be a lot more discussion going on. I think this was a good start. And by no means has the last chapter been written. We are just getting started. Yeah. Many students can come to this university and thrive, let alone giving another focal point and touchstone for our alums and our larger community as well. We are here to represent all of your voices. And really, the goal of this forum was to get a sense of how we got here, but most importantly, where we are going now with everyone having a meaningful seat at the table. So, as my colleague, the Pro Tem, put it so aptly, the legislature needs to be assured that the money invested into Sonoma State actually will go towards supporting the students, faculty, and staff who are the backbone of this university, and there must be a plan. Now, it's clear that we need all stakeholders at the table to create that plan, and we have to make sure that the timelines are relevant and adequate. We heard that throughout the day. There's deadlines coming up. There's decisions to be made. There's lives that have been turned upside down. So 6 months isn't going to do it. We want 30 days, 60 days, and going from there as we ourselves make decisions and urge others to in Sacramento. But bottom line tonight, this is a priority for my colleagues and I. We will continue to work closely with the community to find solutions that prioritize all of you, the students, the staff, and faculty, the community, as well as the long-term stability of this jewel of a university. So again, really want to thank my colleagues, my co-chair, all of you for coming here today and making your voices heard. So thank you again.
I want you all, both in the room and who have been watching the live stream or watching this recorded later, how immensely grateful we are for you sharing with us your stories, your ideas, your proposals, your pain, your hope, your sense of betrayal, your enduring trust, your enduring belief that this campus can be everything that you know it is and more. This has been an incredibly profound day, and I am, as a professor myself, just your love for this campus and for the institution, magnified by your sense of how that love has not been reciprocated, was a powerful moment today. So we also have some takeaways for today, and a couple of the political science students, if you're currently taking state and local government, you definitely would have gotten high marks. We are about to start the budget subcommittee process in the legislature where some of these discussions are happening. And it is also why the 30 to 60 day time period is so critical. But let me get to that in a moment, because we have to chew gum and walk at the same time right now. The cuts are pending. All of these are happening, and many athletes and German students and geology students and faculty and staff are evaluating. You have to be evaluating your own future, as has been said. So while the work is going, the work and the advocacy and the planning and the Plan B or whatever plan we were calling it is proceeding, I know one of the things that has come out of this hearing that we've taken very close notes on are what is being done for the human beings that are being affected by this if it proceeds, and that from whether or not transfers to other institutions, other programs, and can you do that? What are the deadlines? What's the financial aid look like for faculty who might have an opportunity in another department, but that department doesn't have a tenure line to be able to make an offer? Just the mechanics to understand that the human beings who have given their career and their soul to this institution are treated at the worst possible moment, as they are being asked to walk away from the place that they have built and loved, that they are treated with every bit of dignity and respect, due process and support. that not just the campus, but the entire system can provide. So we will definitely be following up on all of that. And this 30-day to 60-day plan is essential. And it is essential because, for a couple of reasons. First is we will be going to battle for the California State University and for this campus in the coming weeks and months. And I will tell you, I have colleagues on the floor of the Senate who don't exactly know where Sonoma is, but they do know about these cuts. Right now, in the legislature, everyone knows about what's happening at Sonoma State, and I have to say it is the worst possible case to be making for state and for massive state investment in higher education in California. It's not the story we want to be telling. And so it is really critical that we have a plan that is specific, that is actionable, and that will inspire and compel the policymakers of California, our colleagues, to make the investments that are needed, and for the trustees of the California State University to do the same. I will also say that, because I've heard both here and in the many conversations we've had outside of today, folks say, could we just get a reprieve for a year and come back with a plan in a year, or maybe, as the president said, 2 to 3 years or 3 to 5 years. And I will, as Sonoma State's, the representative of the physical campus in the legislature, I'll tell you why that scares me. For the political science students, I'm sitting next to Sonoma State's most potent advocate, and who everyone knows don't mess with Sonoma State. While Senator McGuire is leading the Senate and is one of the 3 people who are at the center of writing the state budget. And any plan that involves us having to stand up for Sonoma State when he inevitably leaves office in a few years, and it's not happening tomorrow. But we need his leadership, we need his advocacy, and we need his power in order to protect Sonoma State and campuses of the CSU that are just in the same situation. And so I know it can feel tempting to say, can we move it down the road a little bit, but we really can't. Because the other reason is that the storm clouds are gathering, and 2 of our colleagues are not here right now. They spent as much of the time as they could, but because we are under such assault by the federal government, and today the nonpartisan legislative analyst for California issued its budget forecast, which says that this year is bad, but all the coming years that we can forecast ahead, they are all dramatically worse. So let's not kick this ahead to a worse year. Let's not make Sonoma State's case when the budget is worse, when the full effects of the federal assault on California have been felt, and we don't have the most powerful, committed, passionate champion for Sonoma State that we've ever had. And so that means we will insist on this 30-day to 60-day plan from the campus, from the whole campus. And as a former member of a campus community myself, just want to say that will mean all of us will have to act in different ways. That it will be, I used to say to my dean, well, I'm off for the summer. We'll have our task force meeting when we come back in September, or we have a traditional process. We need to, this is going to take 2 years to look at. We don't have 2 years to get through that. And so as each of you have stepped up and say, we're ready to get to work. We wish we would have been getting to work in October when this was forecasted, but we weren't part of the process. We're all going to have to do things differently in order to meet the moment and produce a compelling plan that the community here at Sonoma State, the broader region, and the policymakers and budgeters for California can say that is the future. That is where we're going. We're willing to make the investment to happen. So, thank you for your inspiration today. The work now will just begin, but we will be coming back once we receive that plan, or if we don't receive it, we'll be back anyway to follow up. You can count on us. This is not a one and done work on our behalf either. We will be with you through this process to assure that we assure that Sonoma State will be the jewel that it always has been, but even better for this community, for this region, and for the people that we serve. Let me turn it for our final word to Senator Mike McGuire.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the co-chairs. Just want to say how grateful I am, all of us are, for your leadership, and know how personal this is for the two of you and your intense focus on this. And know that this is going to be top of mind and a significant push for all of us as we move forward in the weeks and months to come. I just want to say thank you, each of you, for hanging with us. Together we have been at this for 5 hours, and it's been some of the best time, I think, spent. I want to say thank you to the SSU Tech and Events team, who today we wouldn't be without them. If we can give them a round of applause. Thank you. Very grateful. And y'all have a lot of priorities, a lot of things going in life. And for you to be able to stick with us this entire time just shows how committed and passionate you are. And at times like this, things can be difficult. Your input, your comments, your suggestions, candidly, your criticisms, they're welcome. Again, it can be tough, but I want to share with you it's encouraged going forward. When we take a look across our nation, and I'm not trying to get too political, at a time where in Washington, D.C., democracy dies in darkness, this is what democracy is all about. Being open, transparent, having tough discussions, because candidly, I know that we're going to get through this, and Sonoma State's going to be stronger because of each and every one of you. So let's talk about follow-up, because also government has to be about accountability. And as much as our president wants to talk about cuts and accountability, meaning cuts, accountability means government has to deliver. And the best investment that this nation, state, our community can make are in students and strong public education. So I think the bottom line is thank you to the co-chairs. The 30-day comeback plan is needed. And as co-chair Cabaldon said, we're going to be back in this room working with each and every one of you. I think there needs to be some metrics, as Senator Cabaldon and Assemblymember Connolly has discussed. I think we need to see metrics because any plan needs to have data, right? So I think we all want to be able to see how we look at a stability plan when it comes to programs and a growth plan. I think we need to look at recruitment. How do we stabilize? How do we grow in the years to come? Community engagement. I think we're doing it on the backside, and we're here. We're going to need to do it now. And I think we need a community comeback council. I'm going to use an example. When we looked at the governance of Sonoma County libraries, we realized only half of the communities were actually represented at the board. And it was incredibly controversial when we brought all 9 Sonoma County cities onto the board that governs the Sonoma County library system. And the reason why we did that is because when you're part of the process, you take ownership, you take pride, and you deliver. And that's what we need here right now. We need to invite the community in to be part of this process because it will mean that they have ownership in the long-term success. And I think we also need metrics on student life. Athletics are really important. We have to have that conversation and take a look at that, and want to say thank you to the athletes, the coaches, the parents who have been so passionate on this. Sonoma State is truly it's a special place. And the emotion that was shared by so many, I want to say thank you. It is such a special place. And it makes this community stronger. And it's because of the people who work here, the faculty who teach here, the staff who keep this university running day in and day out, the students who call Sonoma State home. It is a pride. You are a pride of our region. And just want to say thank you. And I also know that there's going to be some tough discussions and candidly some tough decisions ahead that we're going to have to ensure that we come out stronger. But what we can promise you here tonight, it's going to be done in a transparent manner, and each of you will have a seat at the table to be able to have this discussion. We may not always agree, but you're going to have a seat at the table, and that's what we owe each and every one of you. And candidly, that's what we owe, in particular, the students whose lives have been upended and the faculty's lives who have been upended. I'm going to wrap it up right here. Just say, this has been one of the most inspiring days that I've seen in quite some time. And when things are so tough across this nation, it is so inspiring to be able to see a packed hall of folks saying, let's invest, let's come together, and let's work together to save Sonoma State. Sonoma State, it's critical to our region's future, and our future needs a thriving SSU. And know that we're going to be able to work through this. Again, got to be candid. There may be some tough decisions ahead, but we're going to do it together. We're going to do it in a transparent manner, and we need to be able to ensure that it thrives for decades to come. I just want to say thank you. And then to the co-chairs, next 30, 45 days, you think back in this room, what's your thought on that?
Sounds right.
After we see the plan, and the reason why we need to see the plan, we got to figure out how we're investing, right? So I'll turn it back over to the co-chairs for close.
Yep. Thank you again, everyone.
All right. Well done.
Thank you.